1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Do you have it on a stream? Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, if I could have the headset mic real quick.
I don't hear something, but I'm speaking. Now I can hear myself. Oh, now I'm very loud. I have to speak slower. No, not slower, calmer. Softer? Softer, that's the word, yeah. Oh yeah, I can see why you never eat the croissants. That's like really crunchy in the microphone. Everybody will hear you like...
Exactly. It's already enough for this.
Mm.
Oh, this light is very bright. Can you do not too many close-ups?
Okay, and other mic as well.
Hello. So not too many close-ups, which would be good.
You're also very loud.
Mm. I'm trying not to speak too loudly, but my voice doesn't carry that much normally. But with a microphone,
It will hear quite loud to you because
it's here.
Oh, no, yeah,
comes
sure.
back directly from this wall.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's like you're in this box.
Yeah, we are. Or actually, rectangle.
Are we? Oh yeah, it's pretty nice stage actually. It's very close to. No, it's not this close to the audience.
No.
It's further away than I thought.
It could be another row, I guess. Just to have more people.
So is there like an intro where we know that we are on?
They will tell us.
How does it work? Okay.
They will say, go. No, I don't know what they're going to say.
Okay, 1, 2. Like live?
Excellent.
Yes,
Hello,
we-
everyone
Oh,
on
wow.
the stream.
Good morning.
Good morning. So nice to be here on the stage. I'm here together with Matt.
That's
Can you
me.
introduce yourself for a little bit? Who
Sure.
are you?
I'm Matt. I'm the award and jury manager, and I'm doing lots of fancy stuff at the Maze Festival. Do you also want to know what I'm doing when I'm not at the Maze Festival?
Yeah, in a
Like
bit.
My
in a bit.
personality?
Maybe in a bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In a bit, you mean sure?
Yes, in a,
You said I don't have to prepare
No,
anything,
this is
so
good.
we're already running into this.
no, it's good. This is just calmly starting.
Okay.
It's okay. I just wanted to say hello. I am Zoraida. I'm the program creator for Amaze, and this is the first session of today for the stage. We have 2 stages today, and one of them will be streamed, which is this one, the Betonhalle. We have like a super full program with lots of different sessions on this stage, and on the Kuppenhalle we also have more sessions that you should be there or you will never hear about it. So we try, we try to have some mystery in the at the maze, so to be physically present, but also we want to, talk to people around the world. So hello, welcome, thank you for joining us. Also, hello, thank you for joining us also here physically. Thank you. You're the first one. We're very happy that we have also not only the camera, but also a person to chat with and talk to. So, welcome. Yes, so this is you and me, Matt and Zoraida, which is new. Have we ever been on stage, yes, last night, but have we ever been on stage before, just chatting or talking?
I guess in 2012,
Yes.
the very first time of the Amaze Festival, right?
This is true, yes.
Yeah.
The 2012.
2012.
That was like
Long time
yesterday.
ago.
No, it was
Yeah.
yesterday, so
Yeah.
all good. 2012, because you're already, since the first Amaze, involved in Amaze as the award manager also?
That's true. Yeah, from the very first beginnings.
From the very
Yes.
first beginning, wow.
It was really fun to figure out,
Legends.
like, how to talk about games and how they changed, and who to invite to be, judging all the selections. Like you.
Like me,
You were
yeah.
a judge in the first year.
I was a judge. It was very a big honor,
Yeah.
and we were with 4 people, I think, judging.
I think it was always 5.
Was it?
I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Maybe
it
I
was
don't count
4
myself.
because it was the first year, and then after the first year we introduced that the winner of one year will
Right,
be the
would
judge
be-
of the next year.
Yeah.
So it could be that we added the 5th
I
person
feel
there,
like
but
we were 4, but,
Yeah,
and
could-
that's also not that handy when you try
Yeah.
to decide, and you might get stuck on the thing.
yeah. Also, you had to decide just one award, right?
One award,
Yeah.
yes. And then I
One
know
only.
we also had discussions amongst the jury members of like, should we have one, just one forever?
Mm.
And we decided, yes, we should have one award for all the games that get submitted, just one. Yeah.
It's still the main one, the most amazing award. It's like the dinosaur of the awards.
Exactly. So it's the longest running version of it.
Definitely.
And we thought, there's so many games, but it's good to just have one award. And I think the next year it was already 1 million awards, maybe.
I think it was 3 more. Two more. So it was 3 in total.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. One award is cool to have, but then like the festival was also like growing very fast at the beginning, and it was also like from the start it was about like showcasing the works, right? So and having more awards means you can showcase more of those. Not really. No, showcasing is the wrong word. Give them some more audience after the festival, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, reach. That's the word I was reaching for.
Reach. Yeah, nice. Okay, yeah. 1 awards, 2, 3, 4, and now how many awards it is?
7.
7. I remember the first award that I got to hand out at Key for Proteus,
Yeah.
and it was such a squishy cube.
Yeah.
Do you remember how that got to be into being? It was really squishy with a little metal ball in the middle.
Yeah, and the concrete platform.
And yes, so some sturdiness, some squishiness, and some metal.
Yeah.
Was there a reason for
It's
this?
a combination of things, like what we always do at the Maze. It's not just games, it's games plus something else, or the other way around. Playful media works together with games. Things which are not, at this time made for each other. Was like, hey, we have to try to combine things and, be this diverse bunch of beautiful flamingo people.
Flamingo people. Were there flamingos already in the first? I don't remember flamingos.
God.
2012 we're speaking of. Were there flamingos?
This is all perfect questions to do some research on.
No, yeah, okay. So for background, I told Matt to not prepare anything because I just want to have casual chats.
And I
but
love statistics.
Matt loves statistics.
Yeah.
Loves being knowing things and having like everything prepared. And I'm more free flowing, so this is a nice mix. And my challenge was to him. Don't prepare anything. I'm not gonna prepare.
But I still think
anything.
flamingos were coming later.
Yes.
So
exactly.
because if I remember correctly, like every year we had some like a symbol, and all those symbols they connect over the years. So now in our 14th year, we have all those symbols all over the festival. You can see most of them somewhere.
It's true. We had flamingos
Tropical
on stage
flamingo
yesterday.
melons.
Watermelons. What else did we have? Like
Palm
smiley
trees,
face.
smileys. Yeah.
We had socks. Do we still have socks? Like socks last year with the smiley face. Oh, and palm trees for sure. Yeah. So some tropical things. We had a swimming pool at some point at the festival,
Yes.
which got more into the tropical vibes. Somehow it seems that we always have good weather, kind of, at the Amaze.
Yeah,
most
that's for me like usually the start of the summer. So Amaze for me, when I think of it, it's like people sitting around in a garden in the sun and talking to each other.
Yeah, and luckily here we also have a garden, which is very nice. You're not only doing Amaze, actually, you're also doing other things. Can you tell a little bit more about that, like what you do?
Yeah, the little. So in general, I love like to use games in contexts where games usually are not at. So with Amaze, of course, it's like the games at art. But there's another festival I'm doing. It's the Play Festival, and there it's more about combining games and education. It's really cool. Lots of kids there, but also adults, and it's about the creativity of things. I'm also in charge of the Code Week in Germany. It's like a European big project, and everybody in autumn in all over Europe is doing some coding events with kids. That's also pretty great. And in general, just lots of workshops all over the year. where I do, I don't know, escape rooms with about democracy or game jams and VR theater. Right now I'm really diving into LARPs in VR. I like it a lot. You have to check it out. LARPs in VR is amazing. Live action role-playing games. You can be everything.
You mean live, like LARP in VR?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But isn't LARP nice because it's physically, that people are physically present?
Have you played LARPs? So
I've been interested in the topic since forever.
It's
I have a lot of friends who's doing LARP, but myself, I'm not so much a participator.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's different. I mean, depends on the LARPs you like, right? So of course there are LARPs which are really physical and you build the costume and everything, and that's something you're in. But there are also like mini LARPs which are just running for 3 hours or so. You don't have to bring a costume, and it's all about the connection between people and the stories you tell. And doing this in VR is actually really strong because it's so easy to come up with a world and like sizes. Just imagine like the Bororos, that movie where you're in a house and then like half of the people joining that are actually the small little humans living in the walls, and they are all, you know, they can interact with each other and you can interact with them if you see them. So that's just something you can't do in real life, and it's pretty easy to do in VR.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah. I never thought about this. We actually have a LARP this year also. Again, every year we have a LARP. So on the Saturday there's a LARP by Jana Romanova. And there's still spots, I think. You can sign up on the website of Amaze. And it's about, it's called The Broken Archive, and it's about memory making and pictures. And it's really beautiful. So that's more of like a 3-hour LARP. You get like a session of to dive into the topic together, and then you're actually gonna do the LARP, and then there's also some aftercare. So there is a lot of trying to get, how do you say this?
Bleed?
No, taking care of each other also
Yeah.
in the LARP, which is I find very interesting. Also because with games, sometimes it's just very aggressive or less about this. So that I also like, the community vibe.
It's actually pretty good. So in those small labs, yes, you have this intro and then this outro, and this taking care of is because like in the game usually you have some harder topics, and because you get into those, well, not always, but you are in a character and getting out of it, it's like, okay, let's speak about what you want to leave here and then get back into your own mindset. And actually this would be pretty cool for games as well, right? To have like an aftercare after some games.
Okay, maybe we can do this session next year.
Yeah.
Just have a session with playing a game, and then...
So before you press escape and alt F4, there's like a little, hey, what did you just experience?
Should we talk? Should we talk? Here's a person for you to talk to. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah. It's funny that you're also, like you seem to be moving, because the first few games at the Maze were art house games, and we're trying to get the artistic vibe of games and have that approach. But now we also have more theater, and there's more VR. And can you tell a little bit more about like how that came to be?
I think we were always searching for like the fringes of what you can do with games. And in the first year, there was a very big divide between like, hey, games are those big productions, and suddenly you have this indie scene, like people just doing games because they like it. I always tell the story in the very first Amaze, the main speaker was on stage and it was like, hey, I want to get money with my games now. And everybody was like, no, you can't get money with indie games. They have to be free. They're not about commercial stuff. So this was a big switch in the very first year already. And I think the focus was on people just wanting to tell their stories. That was indie games at the time. And that was growing right now. And now we have like indie game publishers. So that's fine, I think. They're like on most people's minds. So what is like it's wrong to put it that way, but like the next step. But we can see a movement that people are getting into games from a very different angle, not from the perspective of I'm a game maker, but I'm in a completely different, or not completely different, but like in classical sense, different medium, like in theater or in performance spaces, and they experiment with playful technologies or actually with game engines, game technologies, and go into games and to bring those people together. That was always the goal. It's just like now people from outside of games joining that field, and it's just great to see how they speak with each other because they have like different wordings for the same things, struggling with the same problems maybe. So I think it's a very natural way how it develops.
And how many, we were talking about it yesterday or something, how many of the different outside of games things were submitted this year? Like, I don't need the actual number, but like there were many more, I think, than previous years.
Yeah, right. Outside of games. Well, you can't really see who's outside of games.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean.
But in general, yeah, the number I said yesterday, I was really amazed by is like usually when you just look at the submissions, and there are submissions which are just screen-based, right? You get a Steam code, you install, and then you play that. Cool. But then there are other works where you have to do a little bit more because it's a performance, it's a live setting, it's on a specific hardware, it invites more people, and those kind of works were a lot less the last years, and suddenly this year we have a big rise in that. And I think that's like an after-COVID effect as well. Like it took 3 years after COVID to get people to get back to them into alternative controllers and all that stuff with human connections, and now we got 60 of those works from the 360 works in total, which were doing something beyond screens. And the years before it was more like 10, 20, suddenly big jump there. That's really amazing.
And are there certain regions or countries that are submitting also now that you haven't seen before, or that there's more different regions or more regions?
There is more regions in general. Also, like also a big jump. Yeah, like usually it's 40, 50 countries submitting, and now this year it's 72. So I don't know. Like wow, that's a lot of countries which are submitting in general. It's really extremely international. And speaking about who is submitting more, of course you have the countries which are like Germany. Of course, we're a German festival. You have a lot from the US, but also every time some country is nominated or gets some feedback and they can talk about it and speak about it, then we get more submissions from this country the year after, or maybe from the same school. So. It's really hard to reach out sometimes to people because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of amazing stuff happening in the world. And when there's, I don't know, it just needs one person from one school submitting their project, and then they notice, wow, this is cool, like, this is a crowd for that. And then the next year you get like 20 submissions from that school, from all the other students doing amazing stuff.
Okay, do you know, like we don't have a student award or anything, right? Like other festivals have. Do you know what the ratio is between like professionals and students? Like, have any?
This is so hard to tell because like who is professional and who not.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
yeah,
it's
sure
true.
You can break it
That's
up between student and not, but yeah, as I said, we don't like ask for that if they are actually like if students are submitting or not, because all are the same for us. It's just about like the I want to say quality, but it's not true. It's also like the concept and the feelings and everything around it. But I would say, just speaking from my feelings, it feels like it's 40% of people with their first work or first steps into this direction, and the other ones are there for a little bit longer with about just my feelings. It sounds like statistics, but it's just my feelings. Feels like 20% are people which are already doing this for long years.
It's also because we're doing this now since 2012. This is the 14th edition, so there's so many games. Next year will be the 15th edition, which is going to be a nice celebration for us to see also the overview of all the games and the people. Have you seen people also grow into like bigger things, or that they actually got out of games again? Like, do you see anything happening there?
Growing out of games, getting bigger. Yeah, I mean, I can say specific names, but sure, like over the years, there are some people which which found each other, and they kind of like founded the indie publisher and got together and are now quite big. So sure, that happens, of course. And the other way around, so each time when we get the judges together, there's always this at least one person in there which won the previous year. So it's very interesting to hear like what they have to tell, like how that changed them, or not changed them, but like changed how they are perceived. Or so sometimes they get much better funding opportunities, because this is also like, I think, a problem most people have. I also said this yesterday at the opening show, but sometimes when you do this kind of work which we exhibit here, that means like you're not really a game which can be sold pretty well anymore because it's too small, or the audience is too small. Or if you're not doing a game but do something with a game, then suddenly you're not classic enough. So funding opportunities and finding an audience is always complicated, and that helps apparently a lot to connect to other people, find funding, find, I don't know, the audience you want to do something for.
That's thank you. The award show. So the award show is gonna take place in the Koepelhalle tomorrow, and every year, I love when Matt's trying to like figure out what he's gonna do.
What do you mean, trying?
No, not trying, but like he's figuring out what to do, and it's always so interesting to see what you come up with and all the
before
ideas.
The show.
Yeah, no, well, before
better.
the show. No,
yeah,
before the
trying,
show.
Trying to figure out what to do during the show.
No, the show. No, like I said, the show is like
okay, yeah.
it's done. It's every second almost is.
It was the first time you
scheduled.
saw the document during the opening show.
Yes. Yes, he copy-pasted it for our opening show. And yeah, my sheets look very different from Matt's sheets. And it was very interesting to see like how every minute was accounted for. Yeah, so that's very like, how do you come up with the ideas for the award show?
It's a mix. So first, of course, I have to look out for what is the stage like. And this year is especially interesting because we have this new stage. It's round and has 2 floors actually. So what can we do with that? The stage is much smaller now. So what can we do as fun thing with that stage? And when you're at the award show tomorrow, you have to definitely look up into this dome projection we're having. And if you're on this stage and looking here, there will hopefully also be something interactive happening, because the other part is it's all about like interacting. It's kind of boring if you just show who's winning and give out the awards, because it's as much as I like to say it's about the awards, it's about the people which are there, and not just the people which are winning, but also all the nominees. So I want to have them all on the stage somehow. So everybody of the nominees, they send in a little video so they can share some of the voices, some of their opinions, or just show their face so you know who they are. And there's a lot of audience participation. Yeah. Especially this year again with the Audience Award, because it's not just about choosing the best game for the audience, but also choosing the best audience, if that makes sense. It will make sense. And flamethrowers, we love flamethrowers.
Yes, and actually the flamethrowers are giving a little bit of heat on the stage, even though they are digital versions.
Yeah, people thought it was a joke yesterday, but it's not a joke. Red LED pixels, if you never heard about it, they are actually heating.
Yes, so we got burned a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, no, it was
Not
no,
this.
that not, but it was nice to have this experience.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a question from the audience? There's more people now. For the people who are watching, there is also more people here now, which is very nice. Thank you for coming. I got some feedback yesterday about the way I called this session. I called it coffee and croissants. You've got coffee. We've got croissants. We don't eat it because it's very crumbly. But yesterday I got some feedback that they were a bit upset that we didn't provide croissants for for everyone. Sorry. Sorry about this. Yeah, sorry about this. I thought it's just like an indication of what you could bring and have like a breakfast together with us in a way. Yeah.
I mean, there is a star in the program, like where it says bring your own.
No, yes, this is like the little the asterisk of like
But does somebody want a croissant?
It's with butter,
Yes.
which Matt doesn't eat. So feel free to pick up a croissant if you
This
want.
is like you can eat a croissant which was in the stream on the stage at a maze. It's
Yes.
a very special croissant.
We could sign it for you if you want.
Yeah.
It could be, that's fine. I started this actually to ask if anyone has a question for Matt, like for example, if you want to know the ins and outs of how to run an award show or, yeah.
Yeah, or what you need to be nominated or something.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
too also. So I cannot see that much, but like
No.
anyone who wants to ask a
You have to
question.
shout really loud.
We're still waking up. That's
Yeah.
that's okay. That's okay. Hello, good to see you. So many people that I haven't seen for ages, which is really nice to be to see them. Okay, still wake. Yes, there's one. Yeah, ask your question and we repeat.
Mention. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. I'm trying. They just noticed that there are 3 games in the selection from Critical Reflex. 2 are nominated, and 1 is mentioned. And then the question was a bit hard to understand, but it was about how do we select, and then what? Which are close to what?
It's kind of similar.
Similar, right. So you're saying the Critical Reflex games are similar? Yeah, okay. So how do we select those games? Yeah, so yes, so there are 3 games from Critical Reflex, but that's just the publisher, and of course we're looking at the artists. So they're from different countries, different backgrounds, the styles. Yes, they seem, in that case, a little bit similar, but it could also be the case for other works too. And what the stories to tell about are quite different, but how the selection in general works is we have a selection committee. It's lots of people internationally helping us over the course of, I don't know, two months or so to review all the works in there. And we got a lot of reviews. It was about, I don't know, 500, 600 of them, and we worked through them. And then we sit together as a Maze team as well. Check them out, have some playtests as well, and then we go through the list and see like, okay, is there maybe, like through all nominees, is there maybe like a common topic, something which is like really picking out like is a voice in games in general, and then we search, do we have something in there which, you know, really transports this? Of course, we're looking for diversity in countries and diversity of the artists itself, also in their background, like is the game already or the work already something which won thousands of awards and maybe doesn't need the reach anymore. So there are different kinds we have to look out. And yeah, but still, this situation that we have 3 games in the selection which were all by the same publishers, that never happened before, actually. So Critical Reflex should be quite proud in their selection of artists that they done this. Yeah. Yeah, so question again for the stream was if it's okay to submit again if you are if you're not nominated, if you're submitted something, and yes, that's totally okay. Also, like we like to say that if you want to exhibit somehow, you can. We try to find a way. So, for instance, if you're submitting but you didn't make the selection, then there's still you automatically get into the early access of the open screens, so you can have a 2-hour slot in the exhibition to do that. And even if not, like we have the village as well, where you can get into the exhibition, or we just invite people to walk around with like a tablet or something to show their works. And of course, they are allowed to submit again, because even if you're nominated, you're allowed to submit again, of course, because games change, works change, you may add something. Yeah, so, and we had this a lot of times. So people were submitting for 3 times, and the 3rd time they are suddenly nominated. That works.
Excellent. I think we're running into the end of this session. I'm so happy that I got to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks for the
on the stage, and that people get some more insight also in the awards and the process and everything. And in your background, you're doing a lot of different things, which amazes
are you.
one of the. Yeah, but people, whatever. It's fine. But people don't think. I don't think that people know as much about you. I think because you seem a bit in the background also. So I'm happy to have you on stage now. So please give a warm applause for Matt. And thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm going to introduce now Karel, who's going to be the moderator and host for this stage today. I'm very happy. I know him from the Netherlands. Karel and I are both from the Netherlands. We go way, way back. He's a very interesting person. Did some interesting stuff with games and beyond games. So, yeah, give it up for Karel.
Good morning, everybody.
And also for Sarada for moderating all this, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to see you all here. Well, at least I try to, but it's very difficult to see with all the lights. But hopefully you already, hopefully some of you have been to the opening yesterday. And have explored already what's going on here in the hall. Today I am going to be your host. So I'm Karel, and I'm going to guide you through the whole program from this moment on until I think about 5 or 6. So, and I'm going to guide you through all the talks. And so you're going to see my ugly mug the whole time, or at least coming up now and then. So, Zurada already mentioned, I'm from the Netherlands. I have been doing stuff with games, or everything that you can think of with games in the Netherlands, except AAA development. I started off as being an interactive, made interactive art installations, then moved on to serious games, applied games, and then indie games. I'm also a lecturer at 2 universities and a researcher, so I have lots of stuff that I've done, but that's all. That doesn't matter because now I'm here to spruce up your talk program, and it's important to understand that we are this Amaze. We are in sort of a new version of Amaze, and I want to sort of make sure that you that we have or that there is a code of conduct, and so please, look at it. And the point of the whole of the code of conduct is that we want to create a space that is friendly, welcoming, inclusive for everybody. So if there is anything going on, please go find one of the volunteers to just mention that something is unsafe or what have you, so that we can address that accordingly. And also then, be kind to each other and to make Amaze a fantastic festival. So we have some time, and I want to I'm sort of curious why you are here. What do you want to sort of take away from the coming lecture or the other lecture? So who in the audience wants to share what you want to get out of this today? But I can also point. I have a finger, so I can also do that. But so before I do, so who wants to? Yes.
This year, just inspiration. Last year, I submitted the game. This year, inspiration for the future.
Inspiration for the future. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that would be good. Well, we're not done because I have questions. I have a follow-up question. So just hold it. That's fine. So tell me. So you submitted last year, and so how did that go?
It went well. I mean, it was not nominated. I made a totally minimalistic game. Only the pixel was the biggest UI element.
Cool.
But I was able to present it in open screens. And that triggered that I started to develop a commercial game. And last year, I also published the commercial game in August.
Oh, well, congratulations. Congratulations. And now, you're now being here to find more inspiration for something new.
Exactly.
Okay, so what are the things that you're interested in? What kind of games are your thing?
Well, I am totally against the industry standard on mobile about free-to-play and in-app purchases. So I have kind of a quest to try to remove that from the industry. It's very hard. I know, but that's kind of my
okay.
goal.
Oh, very admirable. Thank you. Well, we have some time for more. For who wants to share the story as well? I'm gonna point to people. You. Yeah. Yes, you. Yes, you. It's only because I can see you, actually. But
hi. For me, I'm here like super spontaneously and just to understand what's going on. I'm a tech investor. I invest in gaming. So yeah, very curious of what's building here, buzzing and happening. So it's more about curiosity than anything else.
okay, cool. That's really. Oh well, that's actually quite an interesting contrast we already have here. Also, so tell me. So what made you so curious into this space? Because this is, well, something different, I would say, right?
100%. Yeah, no, exactly, because it's so different. Usually I go more to, pure tech conference around gaming, and this one seems a bit more creative and so on. And yeah, that's why I wanted to have a look and understand what's going on, basically.
Okay, so what would be the main question then that you want to get answered after today?
I mean, I will mention the big word that is happening these days, right? But everything around AI, and so I'm like interested to see, how you see it for the gaming industry, how you use it, how maybe I'm completely wrong on how I see it for the gaming industry. So I'm very much happy to be challenged also here. So yeah, that would be the main thing for me.
Cool. Well, I hope to get back to you on seeing if you find that answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we have some time for one more at least. So who is next? My magic finger is going to point at someone. Oh, yeah.
Hi. I'm a AAA games developer, Boo Hiss, and I've been coming here for the past 9 years at Amaze to get inspiration and also to give my indie friends some money.
Okay. So do your indie friends need money then?
They always need money. It's like that's why they're indie.
Oh yeah. No, Interesting, interesting. But then 9 years, that's more than just giving people money, about giving people money.
That's right. The first time I was here is in 2016, and it's also where I learned I was getting a job here in Berlin. Then I lived in Berlin for 6 years, so the festival is extra special to me because it's another reminder of that special time when I lived in Berlin.
Okay, awesome. So what is your, let's say, main interest of being here now?
Yeah, I like to go to the lectures because the lectures are always interesting. It's always like coming in from an unexpected angle towards games and interactive media, and it is stuff you don't hear about anywhere else.
Okay, cool. So just as a final question, so which things are a must-see for you today?
The must-see is always the hyper talks. It's always the highlight of Amaze. But for me on the schedule, like I have the schedule, but I don't actually recall what I put in there. So it's always like I plan to go to all the talks, but I can't, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more a case of see what happens.
Okay, final question then. So a pro tip from a veteran Amaze Festival attendant.
Yeah.
What is your, let's say, two main tips that you want to give people here to get the most out of the experience?
To get the most is to, because I'm interested in the lectures, go to the lecture you think will be boring, because it's more likely than not to be actually super interesting.
Okay, well, thank you. Do we still have time?
Yeah, we've got another 2-3 minutes.
Oh, okay, so one more. I'm just gonna do a poke over there in the dark. I don't know. Yes, with the scarf.
Well, I came here out of curiosity. I really, it's Komi, that's it, your name? Alice, okay. I'm really gonna just say the same.
The same?
Really.
Curiosity?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is your background? Why are you so curious in this space and this event?
Oh, in this event? Well, I heard from my friends here who made a video about it last year, and I found it really interesting, inspiring, because I'm an artist, but more in the comics industry.
Okay,
well,
awesome.
There's no industry really, but so I'm really inspired by other forms of art, and
cool.
That's why I'm here.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So, a whole eclectic mix of people are in the room today. Each and everyone trying to sate their curiosity and seeing what is going on in this gaming space. To be honest, I am also very curious. I have stepped out of this space for quite some years, and I am very, very surprised how vibrant it has become. So I am very keen on listening to all the speakers today, and we have an awesome mix of cool people talking about a very wide range of topics. So I'm going to cheat because now I have to do an official thing again. So, is she ready? Okay. Okay, yeah, cool. So I'm going to drag out this introduction so that she can get prepped. Our first speaker who is going to be Aluta Null, and she will talk about identity, and she wants to come to take us into an exploration of what that means through her work. I hope to see some work, and she's also one of the jurors of this year. So I am also very, very curious about her take on what is going on today, and maybe we get a you know, a preview of who's going to be the winners. And I've been sort of trying to poke the jurors that I found, but they are very tight-lipped. They are not going. They are not. Have not been charmed, you know, by my words and my, let's say, coercions of getting an answer. But maybe today we get lucky. So I'm just gonna eyeball if things are going well. I think we're almost there. Yeah, we're almost there. So let's see. Maybe I can give you a preview of the, sort of the preview of what's coming. So after Aluta, there's going to be a sort of a bit of a whole group of people who are going to talk about making short games. And then we have, let's see, a talk about, let's see, about making games more. And then, so we have 3 talks before lunch. So, yes, are we good? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, we're done. I didn't have enough material to blab about. So, I would want to welcome to the stage Aluta Null. Please come to the stage and get yourself ready because we are very keen on hearing from you. Oh, yeah. You're welcome. There she is. Please give a warm welcome to Aluta Null. Yes. Flat. So this will, I guess we have some couple of more minutes to sort of ease the situation in. Setting it up. Just one quick thing. Who's planning to come to the big Game Awards ceremony here tomorrow? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna move myself over to you.
Yes.
So, who do you think is going to win?
Well, very hard question because I still have to play the games.
Any favorites?
That's very hard because my favorite is an honorable mention, so they won't win.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Okay. Anyone else who was coming to the award ceremony? I need more hands because I can't move. Oh, are you? But I can't ask you, of course. You have no. Zoraida has no favorites. Everyone is her favorite, right? Let's see. So. Oh, yes. So, who's your favorite going to be for the ceremony? Who's going to win?
Yeah, also a very hard question to answer, but that's the thing about Amaze is that like there's so many unique games. It's kind of hard to judge the most amazing games. So I think everyone has their own winner, but yeah, I was a committee member, and some of the games that I saw didn't make it. So I'm like, ooh, I don't know. But a lot of amazing games, so I can't answer. Sorry.
Oh, well, this is so. Does anyone want to do a shout out to their favorite game then? Maybe I should have asked the question like this. Anyone has a favorite, or no, nobody? Okay. Oh, yes.
I think my favorite this year is the Flock game. We really like to see it win.
Oh, cool. Shout out to Flock. Well, so this is also a shout out for people to kind of play the game, and see why he thinks that's a really good game. I don't know. Are there any nominees here? Oh, this is the moment to plug your thing, right?
No, I also just saw Flock. But Flock is very good. I played them with my partner, and we had a lot of fun because it's very easy and also not that. I know. I think Amaze is sometimes about these games that you don't have to know how to play games, just enjoy. And she was like, "Oh, this looks cute. We should play this." And then we played it for like 4 hours and didn't make food or go to sleep. Very fun game.
Cool. So how are we doing? Are you almost set up? So, oh yes, of course.
I'm exhibiting a game called Ikelia, where you play as a hitman who wants to quit his job and become an interior designer. So it's a cozy, violent game if you're into that kind of stuff. It's right over there.
Oh, sounds a bit about our life. Yes.
Hello, I'm exhibiting a game called Prší for my friends, and we're the first game when you enter the ramp. It's a card game, and it takes a little while to get into it, so just give it a couple of minutes. It would just mean a lot if you played it.
That's the pitch?
Yes.
Cool. No, that's fine. We're still moving here, yes. Here you go.
I just wanted to say I played that game, the card game, and it is actually really good. I can recommend it. So, to back up what you said.
But was it as hard as he mentioned?
No. It's more like a story. I mean, I hope I'm talking about the right one, but it's more like a story game. Like, the characters talk to each other, and that's what it's about. And the card game feels like it's in facilitating those conversations.
Cool. Oh, yeah.
Hi. You talked about the games. I'm asking how's the process to vote? Because I flashed a QR code, and I'm wondering how does it works.
Sorry. You have to try to. I'm trying to focus on what's happening on the stage. So can you ask your question again?
How can you vote for the games?
Well, this is a good question. I'm going to the boss. Boss, come here. Come over here. I have a question. How can you vote, if at all?
Oh, you should get a sticker, and then there's the little signs that have the names of the games, and then you can just put a sticker on there, and that's your vote for the audience award that we have.
Well, there you go. So everybody's still, everybody's still in the race. So that's cool. So your vote matters. So please do not forget to go into the hall, play games, and then cast your vote for your favorite game. So I'm just. Are you ready?
That's your mic, and I think we're ready. Yes.
Cool, cool, cool. We're set. So take it away.
Hello. Hi. I go by Aluta Null, and I do a lot of things related to digital art, XR, games. Mostly just explore as much as I can. But I think digital artist is like a pretty solid word, like umbrella word to describe me and what I do. I guess like what my contribution to capitalism is. Disclaimer number one. So I'm from Johannesburg, raised by two very involved anti-apartheid activists. So I was born speaking political, like I open my mouth and it's a protest. So I was also born in 1998, so I consider myself like a Gen Z elder. And what I speak about a lot when it comes to my generation and like people raised in similar circumstances is how we grew up unsupervised on the internet. And I feel like Twitter was definitely a space where I experienced a lot of wild, unsupervised activity. So I got my first Twitter account when I was 11. I'm now 27, so most of my life I've spent on Twitter. Definitely been on that crumbling platform as I've gone through adolescence, early adulthood, now to my late 20s. And I think that explains why it's so difficult to leave. But I think that info adds a lot of context as to how the internet and social media have been like long-term parts of my identity, like many other people my age and slightly older. But the problem is the internet doesn't give you time to figure yourself out in private. You're visible before you really know how to even understand yourself. You're visible before you're even ready to be perceived, before you found your voice. And I think the ultimate thing that I wanted to do was to talk about performance fatigue. And I know that like it's super ironic that I'm standing here on stage talking about like how weird it feels being perceived by a room that's currently perceiving me, but that is like what I wanted to talk about. And it's like, before even getting to that point, you kind of need to think about what went into the creation of the character that's even standing on stage. You need to like dissect all of that before you can even really think much beyond that. When I was younger, I used to think I was like really bad at being myself, but I was just growing, I was just buffering. And even today, I'm still buffering publicly, awkwardly on stage at a maze, just perpetually buffering. People are essentially seeing you before you even know how to see yourself when growing up on the internet. And I think that dynamic is what I really wanted to highlight today. Online identity asks us to be coherent before we even have any clarity. I used to think of expression in the sense of like, before I fully knew how I thought about something or how I understood something, I had a fire caption, I had a bio ready, like there's so many things that I knew how to express in internet language before I had fully understood the topic myself. And I don't even mean that in the sense of like pretense. It's more of like understanding from a very early age how essential it was that my digital versions, my digital projections were communicating things as clearly as possible, and that they signaled meaning even if I myself didn't fully understand, or if I was still figuring things out. And identities evolve, and avatars and platforms, they shape that evolution in self-perception. So yeah, growing up online also feels like a form of like interface training, where we're learning how to build a version of ourselves that people can interact with and click with. So you're really learning about yourself through interfaces. One of my very early memories that I bring up a lot when speaking about, I guess, since most people here are game devs, character creation and like just digitally constructing versions of myself, I often speak about being a kid and like playing video games with my older brother, and how much effort he would put in to trying to find, at first it just started with trying to find a girl character. Then it started moving on to, okay, now there's girls, okay, which one's darker? Like, it was interesting watching my brother kind of try to guide me through finding ways to represent myself. And how he'd always struggle with that. But as games and like the platforms that I was interacting with, as they grew, things became a lot more customizable to me. And that was obviously very exciting. But that kind of led to like a general outlook of treating myself as an interface, like the real me. Because if like I had previously had restrictions on how I could display certain things, when I got to games like Sims and like I had so many options available to me, kind of like rewired, oh, okay, so I can exist in so many more forms, and then started kind of seeing the body itself as like an editable surface. And as a young kid, like I said, has the potential to really rewire a lot of your thinking, because it's all just like this big loop that comes down to me essentially asking, what does it mean when your sense of self is shaped by profile settings and reaction memes and toggles, I guess. Another thing, I'm very introverted, as I'm sure you can probably tell, so I spend a lot of time alone and I do a lot of thinking. So with this, I'm also not really trying to answer any questions related to like how you present yourself. I'm just asking a lot of questions. This is just my opportunity to think out loud, I guess. But going back to expression and figuring out how to do that as you spend more time in like various cyberspaces, I think you slowly start getting the realization that you need to optimize that expression in different ways. Yeah, so if you're viewing the self as this customizable interface, then you definitely and probably will at least attempt to make it palatable. And that normally ends in a lot of compression, in my opinion. And being palatable isn't necessarily bad. In some cases, it really is a survival strategy. But the issue is you're being palatable while being unfinished. And that self-editing and existing on the internet quite literally sees you being formatted for the feed. In in like a lot of nuanced ways. You're curating your vulnerabilities, and in some ways, kind of becoming like an open source identity in a way. But even if not fully open source, then definitely still compressed in some form, at the very least for shareability and remaining updated in compact ways. A lot of this is done for visibility, if you think about it. So you can kind of also view yourself as like a JPEG of a version of yourself, where ultimately a lot of what you're keeping in the digital version is like very essential forms of what you are, just so that people understand it, even if it's like not as detailed, you know? Your identity is being filtered essentially into like a very postable, memeable, captionable form that can fit into some sort of feedback loop, you know? And I know that I said being palatable isn't bad, but when you kind of strip away layers of yourself in this way, your existence kind of becomes a form of like spectacle as opposed to being a very authentic portrayal of yourself just existing digitally. And there's a huge emotional cost on that constant performance. The way that I described this talk was that I'll be speaking about how our online identities begin to overwrite the messy, unfinished versions of ourselves. And that this ultimately blurs the line between being seen and being consumed. And I think that blur begins to happen when social media really ends up like serving as a form of like a stage where attention is currency. And obviously the time that we're in right now, that's definitely something that I think is happening. I used to make Instagram AR effects a lot. And that really trained me to like pay attention to how people were choosing to present themselves, what they were choosing to show, like quite literally a filter, you know? And as someone who's making them, I also put a lot of thought into, okay, what am I helping people hide, you know? Or what am I helping people add? I hadn't really paid attention to any of that before this, but having this perspective really showed me that palatability can become a survival strategy. Other than literal filters, sometimes memes are like a form of that, but just different things that we do to armor ourselves. Yeah, one of my favorite things that I've made in like a while, I made a few years ago, it's called Please Stop Watching My Breakdown. It's like a malfunctioning TV that's essentially asking the viewers to like stop looking at it. And it's just like really emotional and it's not okay. And the context of this is it existed in like a mental health type of exhibition that I had done, where I was using augmented reality on like these broken TVs and stuff. And I kept thinking about that dynamic of having people like pointing their phones at this thing that's telling them to stop, but like if they stop, then the experience ends, like they don't see anything. I kept thinking about that a lot, and I still think about it today in so many different kinds of contexts, like just applying that thinking. But I think it's a pretty accurate metaphor for how we engage online and how we watch people crumble or grow, because sometimes there isn't really a distinction. Online, it feels like your vulnerability is given some sort of UI, and everything is just based on interaction, and our rawness doesn't even feel raw, it feels filtered into something that algorithms can understand. So it becomes difficult to kind of draw the line between sincerity and software. Like, something that might have initially started as a feeling might eventually get molded into something that's ultimately like cute for the feed, and that's gonna be reshared and whatnot. Essentially making breakdowns, content, sufferings, aesthetics, and growth is like a rollout plan. Like everything feels very strategic these days. Yeah, where we're all whips with corrupted save files. For me, I feel like it's, I'm sorry. For me, I feel like I've been doing this whole like internet thing for so long that I don't even really fully understand the differences between like my real self and my digital self. I don't even really remember adapting to certain things. Feels like every year I update my bio like it's some sort of system update and like go through my profile pictures and whatnot. But it's strange how like I'm learning to slowly accept myself as unfinished and as being like a work in progress and like a temporary state, but like always being in like a weird kind of like limbo, I guess. And that kind of being the default that I try to work on. And I think there's like a kind of form of like resistance or like it feels violent, but like nothing in tech is actually violent unless it's actually violent. But like it feels like a form of resistance if you go against having to constantly appear like you know who you are, like you're resolved, you know, when actually you're a mess. And none of your files are named correctly, layers aren't named correctly. You're just saving the same version over and over and over again, and yeah, there's no final form really. But you keep optimizing yourself for that visibility as if personality should be legible in grid view. But what if we didn't do all of that? What if we let our contradictions stay uncaptioned and we let the process stay messy and incomplete and unsorted? Because, I don't know, at some point for me, I feel like my digital voice got louder than my real voice. I didn't just like perform better online, I felt more comfortable online. It was easier to like revise my thoughts online than in real life. It's easier to backspace online than in real life. Constantly deleting tweets, and not even because I say anything bad, but just like I'm over the thoughts. But yeah, the feed gave me time to edit, and it, I don't know, it slowly started feeling like that version was speaking a lot louder than the version of myself that attempts to speak in the moment. So yeah, I don't have a finished, solid ending to this. I guess, is still mid-edit. I'm still figuring it out, but I kind of also think that that's the point of all of this. And that we shouldn't try to chase perfection, that we should probably want to remain unfinished. Yeah, that's me, thank you.
Thank you for that personal presentation. We have room for one question. So who in the room has a question for that? Okay, so now I have to choose. you have already spoken, so I will do you. Here you go. Yeah, just talk, keep talking.
I was born in 1999, so I also grew up on the internet and having a digital self and things like that. And I grew up with it as a digital self, and that was good for me in many ways, and also had lots of bad things, and there's also warnings and things that go with that. So I think a lot of what you're speaking about came from your experience growing up and becoming an adult as well. So in 2025, my question was, what is your thoughts on young people today and underage people on the internet? Do you think the digital self is something that they should explore and be safe around and have precautions around, or is it something they should avoid completely? How do you think young people nowadays should navigate having a digital self versus an online, a real one?
It's tricky. So I have a niece, and she looks exactly like, she's about to turn 6. She looks exactly like me. She acts how I acted when I was her age. So it really feels like I'm watching myself grow up from like a third-person perspective. And I think a lot about how she engages with her different, like her Roblox and whatnot, like everything pretty much. And like I'm constantly asking my brother, like, yo, are you gonna let her do this? Like, are you gonna let her do that? Just thinking of how it impacted me, like I said, being unsupervised on the internet. I honestly, I think it's not really something I can say whether like they should or shouldn't engage with that part of themselves. Like, it's late, it's already gonna happen. Like, there's no way. I think it's more about people, specifically their parents, because I feel like parents are really the only people who have the most control, kind of helping them navigate that in a very like safe and responsible way. Yeah, I've always had weird feelings just about children in general on the internet. My personal opinion is that they shouldn't be there. But at the same time, I was there. So like, I don't know, it's I'm constantly going back and forth with the topic of children. But yeah, I think it's more about helping them navigate whatever landscape they find themselves in when they eventually, yeah.
Thank you very much. That's all the time that we have, unfortunately. Applause for Aluta Null. So, next up, there's this initiative called Briefs that is organized by an Austrian-based art collective called Gold Plus. And they ask anyone who is willing to make short games to apply, and they will support you in making them. So please welcome to the stage. Now I have to cheat again. Alex Robbins, Laughing Pineapple, and Bee Spiders, and Georg Hopmeyer. So they will discuss briefly, or they will discuss their experience, the experience of making those games for Briefs.
First of all, I'd like to apologize for the rhino if it breaks the code of conduct. But yeah, it is about briefs, so hence the art. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming. I'm here speaking on behalf of Gold Extra, which is, as already introduced, an art collective from Salzburg, Austria, that mainly works in games and interactive media. And today in this brief panel, we will talk about the Briefs initiative, which is micro-publishing. So what does that mean? Every year there is a call with a theme, and then the best artists, creators, etc., are being selected to create short games, short experiences. and they're given a short burst. We're talking about game jam sized, by the way, because a brief game could also be like 2 hours, and I worked 4 years on it, but it's really like, please work only a week on it, and we give you appropriate sum for it. This is, we are already going now into the 4th year of the Brief initiative, and today we will be introducing the creators of the 3 previous years. Although there's one person who managed to sneak in twice, despite added difficulty markers. So we have from year 2, starting on the left. Please, the next slide. So next slide, please. Slides, thank you. Oh no, this is from the, sorry, I got it all mixed up with my slides. This is from the last year, from the death theme, Death in Venice by Eva Jutzi.
Death to Venice.
To Venice. So that was the film Death in Venice. Death to Venice, that's the game. Eva Jutzi, aka Laughing Pineapple. Then we have, next slide please, from year 2, Pigs in Space, aka Xenograph, which is the actual name. I always mix it up, by Spiders. And then we have from the very first year, next slide please, the typing game Mondays. Sisyphusian, that's very hard to pronounce. Sisyphusian. Sisyphean, what a terrible word to pronounce, typing game. It's a nightmare, and the theme was absurd. Let's start with pigs and spiders.
Yes.
I already clarified it for myself. You were not inspired by the Muppet Show.
No, but I did look it up when you sent it afterwards. I did watch it, so yes.
So can you tell us a little bit about your game?
Yes, it's a card-based roguelike with a sci-fi theme. And the idea is it was inspired by Tarot, so you have these 4 different elements, but then also like a more specialized card that you need to manage. It's about this mutated, semi-anthropomorphic crew of creatures, of pigs, that are traveling through space to some unknown destination. And yeah, you need to manage their resources, their bodily parts, and also fuse them with the ship and like swap parts out in the form of like stacking cards to achieve their goal. Yeah.
And Eva, why kill Venice? Why does it deserve death?
It's dying already. So it's a reflection on the current state of the city and of the lagoon. It's a piece of interactive fiction that joins regular choice-based dialogue between a dying person and the spirit of the dying city and all the environment around it, which has made it through the centuries, the millennia. And then from there, it's a collection of 6 scenes of various types of death, which try to get a little creative with the possibilities of interactive fiction. So you have a death of biodiversity, a death of history, a death of society in various ways. Yeah, so an attempt to do things, to experiment with twine.
Sinister, but a truly fascinating game. Just a reminder, Briefs is playable. All existing games, well, they're not of the new call, obviously, in a double station just outside there. So if you want to play all of these games, they do exist. But now coming back to the absurd Monday's typing game, Alex, why did you come up with this absolutely sadistic idea? Is it because of your theater background?
It could be. I would say that the idea started from the word absurd, looking to absurdist theatre. I think one of our inspirations for that was Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett, and how can you create a game where it feels like you aren't progressing, that you are in the same space, but at the same time having enough going on that the player feels compelled to move forward. And from there, looking into absurdist writing, it was Albert Camus writing about the myth of Sisyphus, looking at that Greek myth, using it as an allegory for the banality of life and how we must imagine ourselves happy in order to survive. Using that both for the art, as we've still got up on the slides there, but also as the focus of the game design. In Monday's A Sisyphean typing game, you play as Sisyphus, and the way that you roll the boulder is by typing out an endless number, not endless, there's a number of them, but emails. You type out these emails that appear at the top of the screen, and each letter brings you slightly closer to the peak. But when the email is finished, you roll right back down to the shop. And the shop is then again another thing that we were trying to bring in some of the absurdism that exists nowadays in games. The how microtransactions might sometimes take over a game and become the sole focus. So all of the money that you make in doing your typing, you then spend on meaningless cosmetics for your boulder, or you can choose to spend it on the ability to write longer emails, which is up to you. But there is an end. There is a way to get to credits. It might look like it's endless and impossible, but I promise you there's something there.
I'm not sure if he's even lying to you or not, but there might just be more sadism. The emails are really boring, by the way, and difficult to type at the same time. So boring office emails to climb a hill. So this was The Absurd, Pigs, and Death. And this year, and before we're going to dive a little bit more into some more reverse promotion, if we could have the next slide, please. This year's theme is cheese, which isn't a nice theme, you know. Death is kind of, you know, it's a cool theme, you know, in games, but what the fuck are you going to do with cheese? Well, maybe you want to do something with cheese. If you want to have some cheese from Gold Extra, you can apply. But yeah, let's get on with the questions regarding your games. Spiders, how was your process creating this game?
Good question. I think like the initial spark was just that I really wanted to like make a card-based game. So I think I really started out mechanically this time. It's just not something I usually do, like trying to figure out what the system of mechanics is, like how are the cards going to interact. And then I got to the point where it's like about stacking, and then there's like this timer where there are effects happening after a certain amount of time, and then you like it gets more frantically. So I think was mainly just like from that like seed trying to figure out like what kind of frame of playing is enabled by that very basic system.
If I heard that you went to Venice.
Yes, we live nearby, so it's we're a two-person team. That's me and Andrea right there. So the process is us bouncing off ideas of each other, and we had this idea when my grandmother was like, "Okay, you guys live next to Venice. Why don't you use Venice in a game? That would be nice." Yes, that would be nice, Grandma. But then. when the theme was death, like this vague idea about a near future Venice where the ecosystem is completely changed, mutated in some ways, it coalesced immediately into something very specific. Like we were just had this vague image, and the death theme made it become something concrete, something that was saying something. And so we had the frame narrative immediately. And then for the specific scenes, that's one for each part of the city. It's divided in 6 sestieri. So we wanted something that would speak of that place in particular. So we just kind of went there and get inspired and research things. We even had the opportunity, thanks to the Venice Biennale, the Art Biennale, to go to the women's prison that is in Giudecca, and see that for ourselves. And one of the scenes is based in there. So yeah, it was a very open-air game development.
You went actually on to develop the concept further, or let's say you were also in touch regarding commercial application of the concept, weren't you? Can you tell us a little bit about it? At least you were like in touch with like
with the with Mondays after it was released.
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to say quickly that it wasn't just me making it. It was also my brother, Max, who is currently doing his exams, his final year, so he couldn't make it out with us today. But as soon as we released through briefs, we were picked up by the front page of Itch, and Monday's got a lot of people viewing it, and a lot of emails started to come through asking for it to be on different websites. So we've the main website that we've worked with is Cool Maths Games, who are a really cool space to have games be hosted and for people to be able to access them that way. And it was really exciting for us because for me and my brother, it was our first game which was being released in this way, where it was getting a lot of eyes on it. We had only really done game jams before this, and then suddenly we had an article about the game written by PC Gamer and Kotaku and that sort of thing. So it really gave us a feeling of moving from that hobbyist game developer into, well, we can really start doing this professionally, and this is something we could really devote a lot more time to. So it was really special for us to be part of this, and it was a real catalyst for a lot of opportunities we've had after. Yeah.
So some people move on from this short format to develop it further. Mosalina, I think from the first year, is probably one of the most extreme cases because it started as a very, very small game and then went on to become a long format. I don't know, has anyone heard of Mosalina? From this weird Austrian guy?
There's some nods, some hands.
My friend Josh. So he actually went on to make a Steam version, and it sold like 300,000 units. So for a very, very weird and absurd game. So there is some, I think this is curious, you know, that some people just create short formats and then move on to the next short format, but there are some people who kind of keep on insisting on the format and then kind of try to dig something more out of it or try to kind of hammer it into something longer. Was any one of you kind of tempted to create like a masterpiece, AAA game?
No. Longer than this, yes. That long, no.
I mean, I think the temptation is always there, right? But then it's like you start out on it, you have like these ideas, these like plans, and then you sort of like get lost in all the, you know, figuring stuff out, or like, I get this other idea that like springs from it, like a little branching thing. But I think I think also the Briefs game is like, I think one of my most polished, and that's like a phase that always, like, especially if you don't work in like a specific context where you have like a team of people working on it and supporting each other, but just like as a solo dev, that's like always the phase that's like really tough, right? And that's what you want for like long form games. You really want to have it like all fleshed out.
Yeah, I think, like Spiders was saying, we were pitching the games with a sort of view for them to be made in a certain amount of time and to be playable in a certain amount of time too. And so I don't think we ever thought that we would expand Mondays into a III thing. It would be maybe taking the learning from making it and developing something new, but because of the form of Briefs, the ideas lend themselves to being things which are made quickly and played quickly.
Yeah, we are working on a more polished version of Death Venice, specifically with more illustrations, more reactive music, and so on. But yeah, no, the game is that thing, and it's not going to get bigger. And even our other ideas are still within the short form, which I think is really cool and has a lot of potential for things that can't work as long games. Like you say that thing and just that thing. If you made it longer, you would just be padding it out.
So to take a few steps back and look at the bigger picture, we have a bit of a problem in the genre games, or the games industry to be precise, because the games industry hates short games. If you come to any publisher and say like, I make a short, and it's gone. So, and I was wondering if you have any opinion on that. Like, I know that none of you are like really like in the center of the industry working with any big corporations. You are much more on the artistic sides of it. But what is your view on the fact that there is such a weird relationship between games and the notion of short games, which doesn't exist at all, for example, in literature?
I mean, there's short stories.
Exactly.
There's collections of short stories, and on the internet, I think. I mean, I don't know. I know much less about the literary industry than I know about the games industry. But the thing is, with the internet, we could start distributing our things directly, and then that opened up a lot more spaces for short form anything, actually. I think I can imagine maybe even short films, which would still have to be shown in festivals, but maybe now can also be streamed, and there's more of an audience for them. But yeah, short stories, I think, also have the issue where you have to bundle them up in a book. And if you're not already an established author, no one is interested in your collection of short stories. But yeah, on the internet, you can just publish that. Like if you have an audience in some other way, of people who are interested in your writing, you can just publish your short story, and that's that. And yeah, similarly for games, because before we could sell them on the internet, there were practical issues of having to get the game to the person, which took printing, distributing, and so on. And now we can do this, but yeah, maybe the culture hasn't evolved along with the technical possibilities.
I think it's pretty similar with theatre, where you have short plays being collected into short play nights, often by different writers all together, and so they are able to be sold to an audience by saying you're going to see a variety of things tonight, and maybe these are going to be used as starting points to build into bigger things, or maybe they've been written specifically to be short. But I think the advantage that games have is the accessibility of them for anyone. It's not just happening in one space at one time. It's not just being, you don't need to go through a publisher, or if it was a book, being put on store shelves, you can put a game on itch and then market it yourself, and people will find it, and maybe they might be more likely to play it if you're marketing it as a 5 to 10 minute experience, because, oh, I have 5 to 10 minutes right now. Of course, I'll either add this to my itch to playlist, or I'll play it right now. Sometimes I think people aren't looking for a longer game in games. Some games might even be ballooning in scope where, like, I've definitely looked at some games which might say we've got 100+ hours of content, and that actually scares me instead of making me want to play more. So I personally do look for short things myself.
Yeah, and I think like you also already said, it's a lot about the frame of publishing. Like, I think it shouldn't be thought of like monolithically, like you're competing with your 1 hour game or your half an hour game with like a game that's open world and 100 hours. It's just like, it's not a different medium, but it's almost like a completely different set of environment to think about where you're producing this. And I think there's ways, even for short games, like I think I saw Arctic X in the exhibition space, I believe. And I played that recently, and that's kind of shortish, but like figures out a way to make it work in its context, and I think it's like exactly the right length. And I think that's quite gained some traction, I think. I believe there's also the Sock Pop exhibition. They figured out, like, I think a really clever way to deal with producing short things, producing things as a collective in a way that's like sustainable. I mean, I guess we'd have to ask them. I haven't talked to them yet, but it seems also really resonant. Yeah, and I think there are ways to engage in different lengths of producing, but not in one way, but in different ways. And like maybe you have to even broaden outside of selling the game or having a Patreon and think more about like arts funding or theater-based things. Yeah.
I think I'm obliged to say that Briefs is sponsored by various Austrian art funding. So yeah, this is for the funding bodies. Thanks for giving us the money to make games. But yeah, this is interesting. Like art funding is an option. Yeah, my apologies to the people who don't come from any funding-heavy countries right now, but that's the reality of being like in Scandinavia or Central Europe. You know, you actually can't get funds for something like this. Then you have initiatives that do it nevertheless, also always on the fringes. But the question remains, like, why does the core industry kind of shy away from it like the devil from holy water? Any opinions on that? Like, why is there why are they so mortally afraid of short formats?
I think it's changing. Like Spiders was just saying, like Arctic Eggs, mouthwashing, which is also being shown. There are more short games being released which are getting a viral or a big community behind them because of how easy they are to share, and whether that's through YouTube or TikTok, social media, other sort of things which let people see a slice of the game, and then they're told, and it's only half an hour or only an hour to play, and that is a chunk of time which people are happy to commit to. They want to take part in that rather than just watch it. I think maybe if you went to YouTube when it was first started with the gaming content, people would watch full playthroughs of very long games, but it's sort of shifting into a world where people want to see almost a demo of that game and then be able to play it themselves.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's still this old guard of like the length of the game, or like how many millions of quests you can do is like the selling point. But I think especially with this shift to like short form content, I think that's definitely changing. And I think the paradigm of thinking about like, I think it's also, I think like I read a lot also that like people just don't have the time for longer games now to sit down At least at my age, also to sit down like for 50, 80 hours to play through something. So actually, I myself like look forward to more short form games that you can play in an hour and experience like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we have been playing Planescape Torment since February. So yeah, 80 hours takes months. So yeah, I think right now the 10 hours game has its presence. Like there's Annapurna games, Fellow Traveler games, which reach an audience, which reach a certain relevance in the discussion. Overall, even shorter, maybe that will shift further. I don't know. They may take, I mean, if that works, maybe we'll see the 5 hours game. Well, there already are. I think mouthwashing is like closer to, yeah. So yeah, it's interesting to see. Like, I mean, video games are already more diversified than other art forms because you have Tetris and you have Disco Elysium. But yeah, and now with this possibility for single persons to just make their game and put it out there, we can do anything, and we are seeing, like, starting from, I don't know, 2005, 2008, 2015, now the situation was so much different. It's been thrilling to see it evolve, and let's see what goes now. Like, we are just now starting to get somewhere with the form. There is still so much to explore in so many genres and so on.
So before we go into Q&A, I just want to do one last round of how terrible, hard, or whatever was the process. What was the difficulty in the process for you? Let's do a last round, going from right to left.
For us, it was a really lovely process. And that is because Georg, we want to say something? No. Because we'd only done game jams so far. And there's something with some game jams of a competitive spirit, or you might feel demoralized if it's one of your first ones and you're competing, whether competing or alongside lots of people who are submitting at the same criteria, and you feel like, oh, I'm this many years above B1. But with briefs, because we were all part of a cohort who were working together to release this collection, it felt really supported because we were able to get feedback from our cohorts and to be able to see how they're doing and feel that creative, positive energy build as we get closer to release. And so we really enjoyed it. It really made us feel like we were part of a collective. Yeah.
Seconding the nice words for the briefs, support, and the little community of each year's creators, which is lovely. And yeah, for us, I think the worst part was the initial scoping, because I just write everything down before I start working on anything. So we had, okay, the project would naturally be structured like this. We need these many illustrations, these many segments. And then we looked at the time and we were like, okay, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. What goes out? And these are the parts that we are trying to reintroduce in the eventual complete version. But taking those out was hard. Like, we had a design for a protagonist, and that just went out the window. So that was weird at the beginning to readjust for that. But yeah, then it was like lock in and write, lock in and draw, in his case. And then it happened, and it was cool. We were very happy with it.
Yeah, definitely have to mirror what you were saying. I also want to say, I think Briefs was one of the first times of a fund I got or something like this, where you where the context or you were really clear about, okay, this is how much money you're getting, and you should not take, if you can, longer than this. I think it was like 40 hours, like game jam length, and I think that's so important because I don't think enough people do this, to be like very clear, like you have like 1 month, 1.5 months or something like that, or even like more, but to be like very, I guess enabling access of not like scope creeping and not like being like, wow, I got this fund, I now need to like produce something that's like worth, that would be like, hey, chill, this is like, we're all here to support each other and to like, yeah, work through this. I think that was really nice. Yeah, and in terms of the game making challenges, I think it was just mainly programming nightmares. Because every time when I have like a clear deadline, it all gets very spaghetti code with me.
Spaghetti code is okay in this case. You don't have to revisit it. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Before we go into Q&A, just a few practical reminders. If you want to apply, that's the QR code. You'll go straight to the form. The theme is cheese. The deadline, completely forgot to put it on there, is 24th of May. You don't need a lot to apply. You need a concept with 100 words, and then you need to do the game by the end of August. And if the Austrian government doesn't cut us down completely regarding art funding, we will have 1,500 euros per game. You can be alone. You can also be in a team. And yeah, that's it from us. And if you have any questions now, we are very, very happy to take them. Thank you. The man with the microphone.
Yes, that's me, that's me. Thank you very much for this in-depth talk. So are there any questions from the audience? Okay, cool. Hold on, I have a mic for you, I think. No, the mic is lost, so I am going to use my mic. Oh. Yes, here you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation, and good luck with everything in the future with short and long games. I have a very simple question to three of you. How long or short actually are your games? So exactly. And what engines or frameworks did you use to create them?
We used Unity. Like I said, it was one of our first games. This was back in 2022. We made this, and it takes it depends how good you are at typing, but it takes between half an hour and an hour to get to credits. All of the games are playable here in the village if you wanted to have a go with them.
Okay. We used Wine. The Parallelepipedon, which was my game for the first year, is 30 to 40 minutes long. Death to Venice is a bit longer, but yeah, it's interactive fiction, so like.
I use Godot. I'm a big fan of Godot, I have to say. And like I said, it's a roguelike, so like the first run probably takes like 5 minutes, and if you want to complete it, it's maybe like half an hour, depending if you read the comments to get some hints.
Half an hour for me.
So, any more questions? Here we go.
Hi, thank you for the interesting discussion. I was wondering, because you teased it a little bit, what are your like professional or creative backgrounds? From which fields are you coming? Are you from the games industry itself or from theater maybe?
I'll talk about theatre. So I am mostly doing theatre in the UK, and that sort of started when I finished my A-levels, which is like secondary school. I started a theatre company with a group of people called the Narwhal Ensemble, and we ran for a couple of years making Arts Council funded plays, and then we separated off into our little groups and started doing our own smaller works. And since then, it's interesting how similar games and theatre can be, and I'm sure most of you may have heard that before, or different versions of it. But the level of interactivity, the liveness of it, the how you are placing an audience, who they are in that scenario, all of that is really interesting stuff. And so me and my brother started making games together in 2020, and we were really interested in where theatre and games can link together. And so I bring some of the game practice to my theatre work, and I bring some of the theatre work to my game practice. Yeah.
Which is super interesting. Like, it's great to see people from various artistic backgrounds take their views into games. Like, I think it's given us so many of the greatest. So yeah, I am a conference interpreter, but then a couple of years after my degree, I got a speech impediment, so that went well. So I'm a translator, editor, and localization tester. Yeah, that's it. And creatively, I'm an amateur writer. So I come from linear writing and now try to experiment with interactive writing.
I'm a self-taught game maker. Started off with RPG Maker. I have actually a degree in arts, visual communication. So I come more from an arts background, and I still do games, but I think not. I would say not yet in the industry. But I also do sound, live music, and performance art. Drag performances, stuff like that. So diverse.
Very cool. One more. Okay. Well, you.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. So I have a question. So what's one piece of practical advice to deal with scope creep, not including the deadline, that worked for you all?
The deadline.
Of course.
Plan it out. I don't know. I outline everything, like 100 words, short story. I outline that. So even for bigger games, like get your outline and work with that and try to stay within it.
Yeah, that's a really good question, I think. And I have to say, even though I said all that regarding, thank you for making like a clear frame of time, I definitely overshot like the 40-hour game jam thing. But I think like the deadline thing, it's like, be nice to yourself in the sense of when to say this is good. Like, don't think too much of like still have to add this, still have to add that. I think like be very lenient with your cutoff points and like have the core thing, and then I think you can still embellish afterwards if you still have time or want to extend it.
Oh, but I think with short games in particular, you're saying one thing. Like, try to say that one thing. Another thing can be another project. Like, stay focused. Like, your project will be all the stronger for that, I think.
I think something that was really useful for me was having me and my brother be working on it together. Or like, if you don't have someone else directly working on it with you, if you're a solo dev, that just having someone who's going to keep you accountable. So whenever one of us was pitching to the other, like, let's add this, you have someone who's going to speak to you honestly and go, no. Or yes, we are going to do a different version of that. Or yes, we're going to do that in version 2. That's what we always say to each other. We're going to finish version 1 and release that. and that's going to have everything that is core to it, everything that we know needs to be there. And then maybe we never get to version 2, but we always tell ourselves, we'll put that in later.
One last advice from me, stay away from technical challenges. It's not the space for technical challenges. You can learn to program somewhere else. Use super simple things. You know, we had Bitsy games. Keep it simple. You know, it's not a requirement to make something complex and technologically, you know, wonderful. You know, stay with the theme and make something nice.
I thank you all for all your insights for this great panel talk. A round of applause. And then we're up for the next one because it's already time. So how are we doing here? Are we still pumped? Are we still folks? Because this is going to be a long one. This is going to be a huge session of 1 hour of people jabbering about making games. So who is up for that? All right. So this discussion that we are going to have is about getting into the nitty-gritty of game design and development. It's about the pain. It's about the suffering. It is also about creating something beautiful, finding those moments. And in this hour, this will all be exposed by some pretty good game designers and developers. So this is going to be cool. So please stay in your seat or take a break and then go back to your seat. So what's going to be about? In a couple of minutes, Pipin Bar, Claudia Molinari, and Chongor Baranyai will talk about the process of making games. And they will discuss their takes, their approaches, their trials and tribulations on the whole thing, on the whole process. And there is this expectation that you also will be involved. So please, you know, if you have questions, prep them in your head, and they will be answered. That's what they're here to do. So, how are we doing? Okay, cool. So, so again, it's an hour. So just to keep in mind, this is going to be a thing. Who wants it to have it to make 20 minutes? I mean, we can do a shorter version if you want to, though. 2 hours, okay, so. Cool. So, yeah, ready? Oh, okay, yes, no? Okay, I'm just gonna, so how do we find the talk so far? Is that any good? Okay, so what were your, let's say, key takeaways?
From that last talk? I actually came in right at the end. So one of my key takeaways was, these people seem amazing. I'm interested to learn more.
Did you just make a pun there?
No, that was all you.
It's always me. So, are you a developer yourself?
Not yet.
Aspiring?
Yeah, moving in that direction.
Why?
Because their games are amazing.
That is true. So, hey, hi.
Hello.
So how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
So how are things so far?
I arrived like 10 minutes ago, and so far they've been great.
10 minutes, wow. Already getting the great vibes. You're especially coming from this talk?
Well, somewhat. I wanted to hear Chongo speak about his beautiful topics.
Oh, Chongo. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay, cool. So what's your connection with him then?
He was my professor.
Oh, I see.
Never enough.
I see, I see. Okay, cool. Okay, so what do you hope to learn from this?
I just want to hear him start his endless talks about.
Oh, is he that kind of professor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You ready?
Should I try to get into the rhythm? Hello. This works.
Before you start talking, a round of applause for this panel. Get things warmed up. Take it away.
Hello. We are introducing ourselves after each other, but I think I will try to do some kind of a small intro. Thanks, Luca, for making the connection already. My name is Chongo Baranyai, and I am here because I am the curator of the Devolution exhibition in Atelier 5, which we do since a few years already here together with Amaze, where the whole idea is to exhibit the development process of games. And here I try to open the web page, just that you see that we are doing this since basically a few years already, and we have very lucky that over the years we have managed to have their different games and different developers to where we could had the possibility to observe the development process that they had. I feel, sorry, I just want to mention this once. The light is, let's try to do this all session very casual, so feel free to jump in all the time, but I feel that the light is hindering me from seeing you, but we will solve this somehow. This is the panel that basically connects to the whole devolution idea, and I feel, what we want to do is that we want to talk about development process and how they are happening, and one of the metaphors that I often use is also this whole, I need to stop myself, but I often use this growing metaphor for the game development process as some kind of I think it's an interesting thing how the games are not like planned so much, but more like just doing things on themselves, and sometimes they are there and sometimes they are not there in the end. By thinking also in the last days about why am I doing this? So I think that's some kind of I just have some kind of old fascination on this, and I just wanted to very briefly also talk about, introduce myself in a not just evolution self, and I realized over the last days, do you know these moments where you do something since a lot of years, 20 years, 20 plus years, and suddenly on a morning, yesterday, I had an insight of, this is even going much more back in time than I thought that it is. So if I wanted to show you very briefly also my web page. This is how my web page looks like. And I just yesterday realized that I am, since 20 years, I am thinking about myself as a process and not as a fixed person. Yeah, so even my Vita, I have a background in film, and for a while I thought that this is why I think it's so interesting to see the game development process, because it happens so differently. But yeah, I just think that this is my Vita since 25 years already, and I have a background in films. Then I changed to games, and since a few years I am also academic. And just yesterday I realized that I am doing this since 25 years. I am always more interested in the process than in the outcome. So also here, we are doing this session, and I'm interested in sitting here. I am not so sure. Let's see what the outcome will be. I don't know, we have Claudia?
Oh, really? Okay, sure. Is this thing on? Ooh, it is on. Hey. Can I have the HDMI cable? We're going to share the HDMI cable. You're going to witness the process of giving a talk. 1 second. Let's see if this works. Because if it doesn't, then we got a problem. Uh-oh. Do we have a problem? I'll just introduce myself quickly, then without a visual aid. So I'm Pippin. I make... No, it's okay. It's fine. This is part of the game development process, is that everything goes wrong. We're going to talk about that at least somewhat, right? We'll have somebody sort of doing stuff. Oh, that's fine. So I'm Pippin. I make games. I've been making games since like 2011 or something like that. And I'm one of the weird things for me is I'm also a professor at a university. Oh, look, there's my website. So I have this new relationship to games over the last few years where I have to seem like a professional person justifying having a job, and I want to make weird video games. And so that's really fed a lot into me listening to this conversation at the same time, me spending a lot of time thinking about process and how important it is, and how in the end, I don't know if this is true for anybody else, and it sounds a little bit too much like a friends you made along the way statement, but the process is kind of everything with a game. It's the thing that nobody else kind of gets to see. It's kind of almost intimate in a way. It's very, very special to work on a game and have the thoughts that you have when you work on a game. But when you let it out into the world, that stuff's invisible. And so one of the things I want with this panel, and I'm excited to talk to Claudia and Chongor about, is making process visible and making that kind of be part of the thing that we get to see when a video game appears in the world, is all of the labor and the love and the swearing and the existential crises that come along with it. So that's kind of my angle. I'm going to hand it over to Claudia. I was watching a traffic video while I was looking at a screen just then. To introduce herself and the kind of one of the core components of this talk at the same time.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I was looking for a little video to explain to you how I feel in this kind of situation. Have you ever seen those videos of people being kidnapped by car garage? Did you they're walking and then there is a garage opened and then the door slightly and they're getting kidnapped. This is how I feel here, because I feel an intruder. I feel like someone that I shouldn't really be here, but I'm here. I'm very fond of Pippin Barr's work. I've always been, and I've been knowing Chongor for like 5 minutes. Okay, so this is who I am. My name is Claudia. I run a studio in Italy called We Are Muesli. I don't know how many people know it, but maybe nobody. Oh yeah, ooh, cool. So there is also someone here that knows me. Cool. We make experimental games. And we have been doing this for the past, let's say, yeah, this is nice, the eyes are moving. For the past 10 years, actually 11. And we work mainly with cultural heritage, which is something very big in Italy. Italy is all about art and, of course, also very bad topic like fascism and things like this. But there is also lots of art and lots of cultural heritage. So 10 years ago, me and my partner, Matteo, who is, you can find ourselves, you can read more here on our, yes, this is us. We thought that maybe we could combine our design skills and started to work and use game design in service of cultural heritage, which is something very weird, above all in a country like Italy. So I also teach, also because we believe, and I talk about with a we, because we believe that game design could be a powerful tool to promote, in a way, good values. So my life before gaming was being like a traditional designer. I worked like in communication, graphic, fashion for almost 10 years, and I switched into games 10 years ago. So I don't think I have more to say, but oh yeah, the manifest. Sorry. I'm feeling a little bit like, okay, I'm feeling kidnapped. But anyway, a few years ago, I was struggling a lot with my work. And you know how creativity goes, right? You have an idea, you feel very excited, then you kind of feel this energy that goes up. But when you're starting to work on it, then all the difficulties, you start to kind of see more problems than solutions. You start to feel like you are overwhelmed by the process, and I was overwhelmed by the process, and also a lot of different problems that being a designer was arising. So I wrote a little manifesto that it's called Mindful Game Design Manifesto. It's free, you can download it on HIO. Maybe I can just like mindful. I should have done it before. Sorry. It's not even on this H driver. Yes, there it is. And yes, it's 35 points that I wrote especially for myself. I wrote it for me. I didn't write it for the others. And in time, it got a little bit of attention, very tiny attention. From time to time, I receive people say, oh, this is really nice, it really helped me. And a few weeks ago, Chongur and Pippin invited me in a conversation, and the framework of this talk, it's around the manifesto. So we're gonna spin a wheel, and you know, like the Wheel of Fortune, and those 35 points are going to pop out, and we're gonna have a collective discussion like we are. Am I being too Italian like this? Okay, maybe yeah. So we are gonna give some answers, but it would be nice to have you guys on board and making this more like a family chat in a very big table of food. And this is so Italian. That's it. That's it.
Maybe before we spin the wheel, I would like to have one small moment of fanboying. I'm sorry to do this, but I would like to do this once. No, because I think that's why this panel is so special for me, is because I feel that I am doing this whole devolution idea since, I don't know, almost 10 years right now, and I feel that in his last book, Pippin has basically written the introductory chapter to devolution in the book, The Stuff That Games Are Made Of, and I feel that the manifesto that we have here is a devolution manifesto. So I don't know how this could come back together in a better way, so thanks for sharing this stage with me. Thanks for learning from you, and let's do this.
Can you spin the wheel? I can spin the wheel.
Can I spin the wheel?
You have the
can you go to the website to spin the wheel?
I'll type it.
Yes, thank you.
Process.
I would like to mention that the spinner was built by Pippin in the last few days.
Have I done okay? Oh no, look, I can't spell my own name.
You know, me neither. In emails, when I sign my name, I'm always like wrong.
Okay, spin that wheel.
I spin the wheel.
Oh, you don't hear the sound.
Okay.
Okay. Design the condition to enjoy the process.
I actually had a quick question. Maybe, sorry, this is completely inappropriate to derail right away, but I wanted to ask about the manifesto. When you wrote it, was it like a dark night of the soul and you kind of wrote it at 2 a.m. quickly, or did you write it over like an amount of time, or like how did it come out?
It came out like in a dark night, with the thunders and ghosts like knocking on my windows, and yeah, and at that point I was very bad. I was feeling very bad because we lost a funding. We were in the process, I don't know you guys, how you find your means of surviving if you do secondary jobs, but making games, above all for indie studios, above all in Italy, I don't know in your countries, it's very hard. So finding means for surviving and being able to buy food and things like this could be very difficult. So I was sure we were securing the funding, but then we didn't, and I was really, really sad. So at that point, I needed something to remind myself that actually it was okay. So that feeling of despair is part of the process. And I have this thing that I say to myself, even though I consider my life like part of a movie, of my own little movie, like I have my movie inside myself. And I said, in the movie, would I make the main character feel and experience this? And the answer was yes. In my movie, I was making my character in this kind of despairing situation because it looked good. So yes, I don't know if I answered, but I hope so.
That was great. Can I borrow the dongle, Chongo?
Yeah, yeah.
It felt like a Dark Night of the Soul, which I think is perfect. Yeah. One sec, I'm going to try this one. If this one doesn't work, I'm just going to tell stories with no visual aids, and that'll be fine as well. I'll paint beautiful pictures with words. But let me try. One more. I think it would just be more hassle than it's worth. So many choices here.
It's here.
No, that looks promising.
Yay!
Oh my God, a screen. This is the pinnacle of my career right now. Thank you, thank you. So I anxiously, when I spoke with Claudia semi-recently, I was still in Montreal at the time, she has, and I'm sure you'll see it, this amazing PowerPoint of thoughts and images related to all of the points. So this is I'm a computer scientist by training, so this is my equivalent of a beautiful PowerPoint deck as a
You put
markdown.
emoji, which is cool.
It's a markdown file with emoji. So that was my my attempt to be more like you. So the thing that I thought about with this thing of designing the conditions, there are lots of things like having food is a good condition for enjoying the process as well. This is a bit more, I don't know, designy oriented than that. But one of the things I personally love, I'm not sure if I should tell everybody that they should also do this, but for me it's always been a thing I return to, is repetition. It just makes sense that you would keep returning to repetition. So recently I made this game called Snakeists, which is basically exactly the same game that I had made earlier called Snakeisms, except it's ists instead of isms. And I really specifically did that because, perhaps like many of you, I wasn't making a game and I felt bad about myself, and I was like, I gotta make a game or I'm meaningless. And so I was like, oh, make the same game again, slightly differently, like a sequel effectively, right? But in a good way. And so I think repeating yourself is really good, but then it's also like the thing I was thinking about, because this is one of the things about the manifesto too, is I think these are very positive statements that Claudia has come up with, but they always reflect some kind of potentially negative experience as well that you're sort of fighting against. So sometimes repetition is a terrible idea. I made this game called VR5, which is a sequel to a sequel to a sequel to a sequel. It's a game about shadows, and it was the same idea. I was going to save myself by making a game that's kind of the same as my other games, with some inflection, and it was horrible. So that was not good. It was really boring for a really long time. We can talk maybe about getting bored of yourself and your work at some point. But then I reaffirmed, no, actually repeating yourself is good, because I remade a game called Let's Snake Ancient Greek Punishment, which was a repetition of multiple games that I've made. And it kind of oscillates like that. Like, I think it's really hard to design the conditions to enjoy the process. Like, I think it's good to make a sort of good faith effort to do that. But it's still like spinning the wheel of fortune to some extent. I don't know. Have you maybe Claudia, since it's your thing, I'll ask you. Do you have ways that you reliably can enjoy the process?
Well, I don't have suggestions, but I can. When I started to work in this field, I knew that probably money was not the thing that with this job I was going to make, because it's very hard to be visible. It's very hard to get a publisher and things like this. So designing the condition to love the job I was doing was the only place where I could take action. It was the only place where I could invest. So when we started at We Are Muesli with Matteo, we decided that we had to definitely make the process the coolest part of our games. I don't like my games. I mean, I do in a way, but I don't actually like to arrive to the point that my game is shipped, because I love what happens in between. So I can show. So at the beginning, now we have a child and it's a little bit more difficult. I have a 6-year-old who is around. But at the beginning, we were saying, let's travel. Traveling can be our thing. So when in 2015, we released this little ballad, which is called The Great Palermo. It's a 2D Renpai visual novel about food, well, how Italian, about food and transformation. We decided, it was part of an art residency, which is so weird. Like, how many art residencies there are about games in the world? I think very few. So we managed to get into an art residency in Sicily. So. And this is, for me, is designing the process. This is what it's behind the game, like all the museums that I was able to see, all the art, all the books that we were able to look through, all the food that we ate, of course, and the people that we met. So this is what it means for me, designing the process. The Great Palermo, it's all pink-based as a art direction. And this is because, not because I love Amaze, which is pink, or I love pink, but because the city and my way of going around was telling me, oh, pink is the right color that you should make the game with. So this is, for me, what it means. This is how the game look at the end. This is what it means for me, enjoying the process. I don't know if I
need the HDMI. I feel that, I don't know, I almost questioned if the whole system that you set up is random, because I feel that this number 10 is a perfect first starting point, I have to admit, almost like too good. No, but I feel that, I don't know, this enjoying the process is such a delicate thing. I also yesterday thought that maybe this is also just about nothing else than easy things like, so very hands-on things like tool development or something like this. Yeah, so make your own stuff that you can have fun with the project. Yeah, this is so hard to keep some kind of a freshness towards it. And I very often feel that also, and as an academic and as a professor, I often observe students developing games and they are like banging their hands against problems, and I often feel like, no, do the opposite. Don't stress out. Try to make something that makes fun. Experiment more. Have fun. And I like also that you have, I mean, we have in the preparation, we have talked a lot we all, sorry, I mentioned this once, we all three have children. They are growing up and we are all observing all children. And I feel also very often that this has also like this big, yeah, so I don't know, let's just learn more from children. Yeah, they are like the natural game developers to some degree, and I feel that very often we are forgetting this. And I thought that I wanted to share with you one project. Again, as a professor, I don't have so much time to develop games anymore, but there is one project that is very near to my heart, which I developed together with my children. And this was one of the most amazing experiences of my last 5 years, or I don't know. There is nothing that I just did it for nothing else than because it was fun to do it. Yeah, so, and I think also like the main aspect was obviously, yes, developing a Unity game with your children is not easy, because they, just because of facts like that they don't know how Unity works, and you need to offer them the possibility to develop something together with you. So this was also very much about like, to some degree, like developing something that we can have fun together, developing the game. And I remember that, for example, yeah, the game is, sorry, the sound is not on, so it's an interactive book game voiced with my children and me and the whole family. One of the main aspects was to come up with an experimental approach to have fun together, yeah, and then in the end have a game out of it. And I think that yeah, this idea of enjoying the process and be playful with it and just play game development. I often have the feeling that game development should be something that we play the development process and not. Yeah, so it should. I know it's hard, and I'm here in the privileged position of being a professor, but I would like to see game development not as work, but as a playful process itself. And I think that if we can manage to do this, then the process is enjoyable in itself, and then we don't. Then, sorry, what is here coming up? No, let's ignore this. Yeah.
Should we spin the wheel? Yeah, let's spin the wheel. Do you want to spin the wheel?
I love how this is built. I love this moment of tension. Yeah, I can. I like a lot. I mean, this is one of the, Claudia has written in the manifesto some points that are belonging together. So if you read the manifesto itself, then you will see that, for example, this one is basically together with 3 other ones or 2 other ones, allow culture in and art in. I have to admit, I like a lot, especially about this, that this is like, I like a lot the word allow. I don't know how you came up with it, but or what was your initial idea in this, but I feel that, I don't know, this exactly this opposite idea of yeah, it's not about, we don't need to, sorry, I'm jumping on the 2 other ones because I feel that they are maybe the stronger or easier words. But yeah, so we are not. Yeah, let's not make art. Let's allow art to happen. Yeah, so I feel that this is something that we need to do much more. I don't know. I have just like a small anecdote from the last few days with you. Basically, I have to admit to some degree, all this panel, how it came together, I feel that our all intention was to let's allow some creative chaos here on stage. I'm not sure if it works. That's something you need to tell us in the end. But the idea was to, yeah, so to allow things to happen, to allow learning to happen on stage, to allow things and not there's some kind of I think it's so hard to do to let things go. Yeah, so I think in this allow is something also implied that is not about control. Yeah, very much. I think game designers, in the initial idea, there is some kind of that you have a full control over something. Yeah, that you want to design something in the sense of that your intention is basically 100% happening as you plan it to happen. And I think it's so important to acknowledge, especially for games where all these emergent things can happen and multiplayer and people are playing with your games in unintended ways, it's so important to take it in a more easygoing way and allow things to happen and not make them.
I've got something I could add to this. I don't know if this is going to be appropriate, to be honest, but cover your eyes if you're under 18.
By the way, this is the pilot format for something that can be handled with switches next time.
So I was making this game called It Is As If You Were Making Love, which is a game about kind of an erotic experience with your computer. And so it's like a slider, right? You slide it. And one of the things, so this seemed very natural to me when I was beginning work on it. It seemed like a good erotic kind of thing. But this is many iterations in, so I was pretty happy with this as a representation. You can actually play this in the exhibition thing on the kind of the walkway above the green area. But I showed it to my mother, because I show these things to my parents. They're kind of the main people that I get to look at my work. And she was like, it's pretty penis-y. And it hadn't occurred to me that this vertical kind of shape, numbered 0 at the bottom to 10 at the top, there's all of these kind of weird things going on there that make it very penis-y. So in this instance, the knowledge is like, sometimes it's a really good idea to, I mean, playtesting is a real thing, right? And I try and avoid it as much as I can, but my parents are the one exception. And so I completely changed the game because of that advice of the slide. There's still a slider, but it's sideways now, and it's numbered from the center to -5 and 5 on the other side, so it's sort of a sidewaysy thing, which, I mean, as I'm doing this hand gesture, I mean, like, it's an improvement, but, like, I think it's really interesting when you ask somebody else, especially with just a different lived experience, such as your mother, who is, like, a woman and, like, encounters these things totally differently. There's a lot to learn from other people just by asking them. And it can be kind of scary to do that, or I find it kind of scary. Maybe not everybody does, but it can be super rewarding and funny, for that matter. It was a funny conversation. Not awkward in the slightest, I assure you. It was fantastic to talk to my mother about penises. Claudia?
Well, when I wrote this point about letting culture in and things in, I used aloud because especially I need to state that I live in Italy, and in Italy it's very difficult to make games into, you know, Italy it's a country where design has a specific kind of realm, like you do product design, fashion design, food design, boat design. There is so much attention, but not on games. So when I wrote this point, actually it's part of 3 points, like culture in, art in, and knowledge in. I was making a course about the intersection between video games and history of art. And I was kind of mesmerized about how many points of contact video games has with the timeline of how art has expressed itself within time. And you can see this timeline here from Altamira to, I don't have the Catalan's banana. I don't know if you know this piece of art, but there is so much going on. There are so many things that at point of contact. And I think that I see 2 distinctions between games and culture, because I come from a country where these things are very like polarized. There are games that are made for children, it's very biased, you know, those kind of things that probably in Germany are now overrated. You don't have to establish every time you talk in a panel. I do lots of conferences in Italy. You don't have to establish every time your role and why you are here and why you are making games. Probably in this country, games are already part of a system that works. But in my country, I need to make sure that people understand that games can be art and can be a powerful source of art, a kind of incredible way of expressing feelings, emotions, concepts, and even like deep and very dark topics. And this is what it means to me, allow. It means like going back and going forward on a timeline of what happened before and what will happen in the future, and trying to be as much coherent and creative as possible. So this is why I wrote these 3 points. I don't know if it also visually, it helps to see all these connections.
I think it perfectly matches, because I also wanted to ask you this question of, I mean, Pippin asked you already about the manifesto, but I feel that a manifesto always has like this, you want to change something. It's like a statement to how it should be. And I have to admit, I felt that there is also some kind of a sadness to the manifesto regarding that this is how it should be. Yeah, so why did you needed to write this? Why is this not how things are?
I just want to make a point about why I selected these pieces of art are because most of them have been neglected and rejected from the history of art. So that's I find the association very beautiful, and it really sometimes going back to my notes. Those are my digital notes. I make a lot of digital notes. Probably everybody does, and sometimes going back to my digital notes allow me to express myself and be present.
Should we spin that wheel again? Let's spin the wheel. And it's like it's getting to about the time where we might have to start asking you all to speak to the wheel as well if you're up for it. So be ready for that. Okay, I can spin the wheel.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I spun it before it was even visible. Here we go. All right. What do we want to get? Okay. Oop. Okay. Oh, man, that's depressing.
Oh.
Claudia, come on. Accept the feelings of hate, failure, anxiety, and despair, and then move on.
Let's move on, yeah.
I mean, I could just say, yeah, should we just spin that wheel? Yeah, let's spin that wheel. It's too sad. We don't need to talk about the hate and all of that stuff. But it's real. Like, I mean, we all know, right, that that's super real.
I think we kind of covered it.
Yeah, okay. We'll keep spinning. We'll spin the wheel again. Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely. Throw up a hand if you want to ask a question. You got a question? Carl, you anywhere nearby with a microphone? We can give you one of ours.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So the last 2 points we covered, like allow good intentions, allow culture in, and also design the conditions of the process. They are like go hand in hand, because if you don't design the conditions of your process, you can't allow the culture. You have to build a door before something can come in. I wanted to ask you all, because you all have widely different careers, and you've done a lot of things. You've done games with Marina Abramovic, you've been in the design industry, the classical design industry, and are now founded a studio, and you've been in the classical or mainstream games industry and are now an educator, and you're also an educator. How did you design, or how do you think about the conditions of your process as people in the games industry, and how you design for them? Because obviously, it's not only about designing the process of a game, of game development, but also the process of designing your career. How do you decide what to allow inside your career and what not? For example, Pippin Bar, why don't you go and work for a mobile games company? And Claudia, why don't you go and be a professor? Or maybe you do teach, but I mean, what led you to make the decisions and to build the conditions of your careers?
Sorry, I just have the
I'll
feeling.
defer. Yeah.
This is a perfect question for one aspect of my life that I wondering about myself. That I think the biggest decisions that I ever made in my life, a few ones in the last 20 years, I always have the feeling that I made them fully randomly with a playful approach, I have to admit. In the moment, I can't decide. Yeah, so if in the moment I'm staying in front of something, it's like I can't decide this. The only decision I can do is that, who cares? Let's do it. Let's try it out. The only answer I have is, let's try it out. And after 5 years, I am a professor, and I need to check, am I okay with it? And then I maybe need to adjust or something like this. But the decision, the moment when the path has switched from one to the other, I always have some kind of a playful approach to this. Obviously, that's not an easy to do thing, yeah, because it has an impact on a lot of people around you. Moving to another city, all these type of things. But I remember that all these moments are always like, let's just do this. I don't know. I have no idea how it will work out. Let's just try it out.
I think there is a degree of serendipity in what you do, because as much as you plan to be a designer, there is also this kind of excitement that sometimes make you take some turns. Like, for example, I could have worked in commercial games, and I decided to work in cultural games because because when I work in cultural games, I can work with places like this. And this makes me very happy to see historical sites and do experiences to make these old places lively again. So it happened. I think about serendipity a lot, but I think also about zemblanity, which is the contrary of serendipity. Sometimes also, when can I say shit happens? Shit happens. Can I say that? I say that. So you are planning, and then zemblanity is on the other side. It's when you're planning to do this, but then, like, for example, this is just like what happened to me in the last couple of months, like this and that, and this one also, and also this. So all those things in the past 7 months, they made me go, to change the course of my design. This is obviously very physical, but you also have a creative process and sometimes you also have gut feelings like, this is not where I really want to go. And I really trust my stomach a lot. Like, I really trust what my body is telling me. And I think my body is the best way of, is the conduct, so that's how I ended up where I am now.
I love how you keep passing me the microphone. I could have two.
It's because in Italy we have only one. So
have to share just the whole country has one microphone. You just take it from event to event. Yeah. Okay. I'll try and speak to it super briefly. I think it's a very valid and it's a good question. I think there's two main things. Privilege is one of them. I've been just super lucky basically my whole life, I guess, in many different ways. But one of the biggest things for me was when I discovered I really was into making games, because I thought I was going to be a novelist at one point. That didn't work out. My wife, Rila, was okay with the idea that I'd be working part-time and just kind of making these games. Like, that's when I did stuff with Marina Abramovich. That's when I made a ton of stuff. And without that, I don't know if I would have built up the same kind of like relationship to games, had that same amount of time to really orient myself towards what I was interested in. So I think that's an unfortunate and huge part of what happens. And as for why I don't just go and like work for Nokia or something, I had this experience. It was during my sabbatical, another amazing privilege that you can have as a professor sometimes, not always, as Chongo told me yesterday. I did this residency with Google Arts and Culture, the art washing wing of Google, where they do that, and I helped them. And it was really hard to work in a corporate environment with the kinds of stuff that I'm interested in doing, even though they were super supportive. They wanted me, they knew who I was, they wanted me to be there. I came up with these weird ideas, but then I always had to talk to the director of Google Arts and Culture, and he always wanted it to be more like a standard video game. So I wanted to make this game called Staring Contest, where it was literally, basically, the game just brings up a PNG of the Mona Lisa or whatever, and you stare at it, and that's it. It's kind of looking at a photo, really, but it never blinks, so you always lose, right? You always lose to these famous artworks. But they made me add so much stuff to it, and like I had to use frameworks, and it was like, there's a lot of that, right? So I think a lot of stuff gets in the way if what you're interested in is this kind of weirder stuff, like the amazy stuff to a large extent as well. And and I've been talking to Samuel at the back there, fledgling game designer. Yeah, the world needs to make some fucking space for people to do this stuff, right? Art is important, and the world is increasingly not agreeing with that statement. That sucks, and like that we're all here talking about these things, and that Claudia, we've got this manifesto, and manifestos become kind of reified by talking about them and feeling solidarity about them. That's so important, I think. So yeah, thanks for that question. I think it's really valid. Are there any other questions? I mean, I can keep spinning that wheel, but maybe we don't have tons and tons of time left. Oh, yeah, we've got a question.
Thank you very much. I have a question. It was so inspiring in the beginning. You were talking about that you love that to see the process after the game is out there, and that usually the game is there and process is like not visible, like as if it was never there. Can you give maybe some example of the game that is out there, but you can still feel this process? You can see it.
That you can.
Yeah, that you can. That it is there.
I think this is very much a question for Chongor this is basically what he does. So tell us, Chongor. Like, let me at least say that one of the reasons I feel this way very, very strongly, and it was sort of a life-changing experience, was that the devolution thing that Chongor does. I was at Amaze when Super Hot? Is that 2014?
17, I think.
17, okay, yeah. There you go. I'm great with numbers. In 2017 at Amaze, they did Super Hot, the sort of slow-mo shooty game. And they had my memory of it was in a basement, because this was like a different Amaze. It was very gritty and dirty, and it was great. There was like a series of computers with different builds of Super Hot, so you could see like the early prototype, and you could see it changing. I think there were some notes that the developers had maybe written as well. And as a person who makes games, obviously I know that games take place over time. But to see that like acknowledged in a public space and to be invited into that process for somebody else is, I think, really special. And that, like I say, that changed things for me. I used to always document my process, but now I document it arguably obsessively and in a problematically complete way and make it all public, because I think that there's something really important about being able to see everything about what happens. So Chongor knows everything about this because this is the garden that he's been growing over these years. So maybe you can tell us about it.
I have to admit, I'm not so exactly sure if I fully understood the question, so if I'm answering in a strange way, feel free to add to this. But I feel that, in a strange way, I have the urge to talk about children again, because I think that I have to admit, it's so strange that we are living in a world where people are considering games as something that is finished. I think that the idea that a game is ever finished is such a strange one for me. Yeah? So I don't get it why we are doing this. I mean, I get it that we needed to go there, and there was this idea of whatever gold CD, whatever, yeah, and there is a release version. But I feel that even the idea of nothing else than a first day patch or something like this is a strange way contradicting the whole idea that a game is ever finished, yeah. And I don't know. I feel that also like a game like so I'm just like trying to open up the whole range basically, but I feel that, for example, Fortnite is in a strange way. Yeah, so can somebody tell me what Fortnite is? I think you immediately need to add to this, okay, when? When was Fortnite? And I think this is some kind of, I mean, it's a strange thing. Yeah, obviously it's connected with a lot of monetization issues that we currently have, and I feel a lot of big companies are struggling with this idea of how to monetize a game that is always changing. I would consider Fortnite as one approach in this. I'm not sure if it's the right one, but at least it's some kind of ever-changing approach of let's do this forever. And I feel that, I don't know, very often games are, yeah, so I feel that even, yeah, again, it's basically the opposite. Yeah, so for me, it's hard to understand how a game can be, how it can be fixed, basically. And I feel that, yeah, I don't know, so sorry, I just like try to jump here on Superhot because Pepin was mentioning this, but yeah, Superhot is also, yeah, so it has, it's strange because people are thinking always like there's this one Superhot. It's not, yeah, Superhot is like turned into some kind of a bigger thing that, yeah, it's like a network of DLCs, new versions, updates, patches, variations, more successful variations, less successful variations. So I think if you think about Superhot as some kind of a branching web or something, then, sorry to say this, but I'm coming back to my more gardening metaphor again of this is like a dead branches, more living branches, dying aspects, more living aspects. So there is like, so if you think about this in this way, I think it's a perfect explanation. I just recently have realized also that I think the interesting thing is when a game is escaping this product thing. Yeah, so it happens not too often. Obviously, a game needs to reach a certain state for this. But I don't know, just think about something like Tetris. Yeah, so I mean, we are talking about Tetris like now as a, yeah, I don't even know what it is, yeah. but is this a thing? Yeah, I think all of us have played a different version of Tetris. I'm quite sure about this. It is escaping basically this one thing. Yeah, so it is a very strange structure, and obviously it is very hard to make a living out of it. Yes, because how do you sorry to say this again, but monetize Tetris? Yeah, how do you control this in a way that it's living on forever? Have I answered your question? Sorry.
I give a short answer, I hope. When I started to work in design, I started to work in the analog sector, where things go into the printing process. So my anxiety was finishing the layouts and getting them into the print process. And why I'm talking about anxiety, because the anxiety was that the printing quantity was very high, and making a mistake was very bad. So arriving to the final part of the designing process, when you say, okay, this is over, and someone had to check it and say, okay, it can go to print, was a very big part. And every time you had that kind of feeling that when you were receiving the things that were printed, you were checking that everything was okay and hoping, crossing fingers that everything was okay. Now with the digital, if I can quickly, with the digital, it seems like you have a never-ending process. Like the digital environment never allows you to have that feeling that the things are finally over, that you have finished, because the digital environment is always changing and always updating. So you never had that. I missed that anxiety, the anxiety of saying, okay, this is done. This is definitely the final version of my design, and this is over. Because with video games, it's never over. We have a game here. It's called In Their Shoes. And it was born a year and a half as a mobile game, vertical layout. It's a chat-based game. We got inspired by chats like Telegram, WhatsApp, and everything. And we worked a lot with this kind of layout. We thought that there was a market, and we went through it. But then after Gamescom last year, we got so many positive feedbacks in terms of art and content and blah blah, but then so negatives about this cannot be sellable, this cannot be this version, this layout. So we spent the last 7 months turning what it was meant to be on a vertical layout into an horizontal layout, and still now I am feeling that it's not over. That maybe in 6 months' time, a new device, a square device, is gonna end up, and now you have to rethink everything into that device. And this feels me like it's a Greek plague, like in ancient Greece, like this kind of sensation. I don't have the English words to say it, but you know those plagues, Greek plagues, like it feels like you are condemned to do and redo things over and over again. I don't know if I explained it correctly, but yeah, exactly. That's what I meant.
I see that we are running out of time, so
wrap up.
We have joked in the beginning that let's see how time goes, but we are there already. So I would like to wrap up things by saying that we have the exhibition in the Atelier 5 about Pippin's games.
I'll be there 1 to 3 if you want to visit me and distract me from making my game.
And you can see there a lot of struggles that Pippin went through developing the games that are exhibited. And yes, he is on both days also struggling through game development live. So feel free to visit us and see how this happens. I also would like to highlight the tour that we have tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a tour during the exhibition, and we'll talk ourselves through the history of the series. And I also would like to highlight one more thing, because I'm just so incredibly proud of this.
These are cool.
We have printed out all Pippin's struggles developing his series in a beautiful set of booklets, and added a new booklet on it with us struggling on what to do in the exhibition. And you can read yourself through almost 350 pages of struggling on a literate levels. Feel free to take a look at it. I think it really turned out very nice. And yeah, thanks a lot for both of you.
Can you
here.
spin that wheel one last time, then we can take one last thing home?
One sentence answers.
No answers. We'll just leave.
Even better. Even better.
Let's do it.
Who has the cable?
You have the wheel? Who's got the wheel? You have the wheel. Okay. We'll give the wheel. You've got the wheel, Chongar. We're good. Small talk, small talk, small talk, small talk, small talk, small talk, small talk. Rhubarb, 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 rhubarb.
That's the perfect.
All right, spin that wheel.
Try to make it loud.
And then we'll all applaud the manifesto item and calmly leave.
Oh.
Yeah. Nice one.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you. Thank you for all these incredible insights into the struggles of being a game maker. So, before we close out for lunch break, I am just very curious what you all got out of this session. So I'm just going to ask you before we go. So what was your takeaway?
I thought it was really inspiring to hear how different your minds work just by looking at how you think in pictures. That's something that's like a present to me. So thank you very much.
Amazing. How was this for you? What was your what was the most interesting part of the talk?
I mean, in general, the manifesto is very inspiring as well, and also. As an Italian that is about to go back to Italy, like, I have a bunch of anxieties about funding now, but that's a problem of mine.
It's a problem for everybody, I can tell you that. So, I will want to thank everybody for coming over here. At 2, we're going to begin the program anew with incredible talks. So, come back at 2 and have a good lunch. Thank you very much. I teach at the University of Applied Science in Amsterdam, and
Hi. Okay. It works. We'll switch it up.
Drei, dann müsstest du jetzt auch mich im Zoom hören. Check 1, 2, 3. Ja, okay.
Good. Here I am. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully we are revitalized for the next round of talks. So, to kick us off, we have something really, really cool. Now I have to really check again the name, or else we're gonna fuck this up. I don't want to do that. So,
Classic Amaze.
yes. So, on the stage we have Joseph Martinovsky, the artist and writer of Keep Driving.
Hello.
And he will do a little ride along of the game with us. He's playing the game, and he will comment and talk about why things are there, how everything has been created, and all that kind of stuff. Almost halfway the ride along, we will open up for questions from the floor. So I will come to you. Just raise your hands, and at a certain moment, I will just wave there that the floor is open for questions, and I will come to you with the mic. Enjoy.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm Joseph Martinovsky, and I'm one half of YCJY. So I thought I'd just give a little background for the game and myself. I do all the art and writing for most of our or for all our games, and Christopher does the programming. We're a two-person team, and we've always worked together with a musician or a sound designer, or at least for this game we have. So the other guy is Wille Hartmann, if anyone knows him as well. He's an awesome sound designer. This game was something we created in 2016, right after our first game called Aquatic Adventure of the Last Human. And we were sitting there, we were thinking, all right, let's make a short, small road trip game that could be on phones, and it would be like a little bit Oregon Trail with FTL. After a year of working on it and just making like 36 mini games and realizing we have no game except a bunch of crappy mini games, we took a break, made Sea Salt, and then made Post Void, and then returned to Keep Driving, and spent 5 years making this. And that's where we are now. And now I'm going to just play the game and talk about some of the art and some of the difficulties we had and thoughts around everything. I played the intro now, and we're just going to jump right into the second destination, and I'll kind of explain how the game works and just about how we were drawing things. Oh yeah, one thing, this screen, I wanted to say, is pretty much what made us get funding for the game, because we didn't have a real prototype of it, but I had this poster, and we talked to Kavloon, and I showed him the poster, and he's like, that looks pretty sick. I'm looking forward to seeing what it is. So that's why we have it in the beginning of the game, because we're so thankful for it, just having this screen. Let's go in. So now we're in the game in this location. We got the car, a Volvo 240. We started out with a Volvo 245. If anyone knows cars, it's the combi version, and that was my first car, a white one. So I wanted to draw it into the game, and then we decided it's too overpowered because it has too big of a trunk. It's too useful, so we made it into a sedan. That's one of my favorite cars. We have two other cars, the truck and the Mustang. And the Mustang is inspired by our friend Dennis Vedin, that made, he has a Mustang. We go on road trips every year, which partly inspired the game. So yeah, as you can see, it's 2D pixel art. It's made in GameMaker. I do, with the animations and everything, it's just frame by frame, and I have to redraw a lot of stuff. And we have, I'll just show you around a little bit. So we have these stores. So I'll go inside a store. And then in the store, there's the shopkeeper, and you got all these items. And the items can be used for different things. So these remove hunger. I had bananas already. Let's get some carrots. And a watermelon, and beer. A lot of beer. Now we have no more money. Okay, let's see how this goes. Then we want to, welcome to the garage. Yeah, I got some we want to upgrade the car a little bit. So all the cars, because it's 2D, you have to redraw every single thing. And if I just like changed color, it wouldn't really look that good. So I have to go through every single color and clean it up and fix everything. So it takes a long time usually to add new colors and decals and everything. So right now, let's just get, what is this, dark blue? No, that's the bad one. Let's get orange. Orange is cool. And we have no more money for anything else. Let's get an orange. Now we're looking good. As you can see as well, on the way here, I used some duct tape, and that's represented on the car. As well, if you're driving in like a dusty road, the dust will build up, which also has to be like made for each car. If you get damaged, there'll be scratches and stuff, and rust will appear if you're driving in the rain a lot, or if you're sleeping in places that are wet. So let's go on our first road trip here. I'll go down to the forest down here. So what it was interesting for us to make this game is that it's kind of an open world 2D game. And what I mean by that is that the map that we have right here is generated. So this map will always be randomly generated, but it'll always look about the same. So there'll always be a mountain in the middle, there'll always be the desert on the right, but we needed to have it randomly generated because that's how we could create this open feeling of the world. And that way we're generating every single background from the left, from the right, to the left. And we have to simulate the fact that if you're getting closer to the mountain or a city, you need to feel that you're getting closer. So we thought about it by using parallax levels and like timing the parallaxes. So if you're getting close to a city, you'll first see a tiny city in like the 7th layer of the parallax, or 8th one, and then you'll get a little bit closer, you'll get like another city that's closer, and then you'll get another city, and that way you're feeling like you're getting a little bit closer to this big city. So that was our method of creating distance and creating depth to the game, which for us, it was hard to know exactly. It took us a long time because we didn't really have a lot of examples to look at how other people were doing it, and just a lot of trial and error, and painful redrawing every single tree and every building and everything into 7 different parallax levels. So now we're in this road event, and here we have the rear view mirror where you can see your hitchhikers and your driver. You can look around on them, and then you have your skills. And all the skills are with Polaroids, which are like real photos that we've taken. So this is Christopher there, and ex-girlfriend. We use now with this because we're hungry. This will be used. It'll cost us 2 energy, so we'll do that, and we'll spend 2 energy to remove 1 energy. Now we're unlucky. The vague lanes. All right, yeah. This is. We had a hard time representing because so you're fighting against the road essentially in this game, but you're fighting against an abstract representation of things that happen on the road. So, for example, this was is the idea of vague lanes. So when you're driving, you're not really sure what lane you're on, and you're kind of you're not sure. And our representation was, I think, 1 energy damage and 1 gas damaging indicator here. And for us, it was really difficult to make sure that, like, if you're doing a fighting game or any kind of turn-based fighting game, you'll have the enemy attacking you, and you'll see there'll be a big splash and an attack and an animation and everything. But there's no way for us to draw in like a realistic way how a vague lane would attack you. So for us, we were kind of worried all the time that people were going to find this not engaging enough because there's nothing. There's no visual engagement happening, but it kind of turned out okay in the long run because the whole thing became coherent in its own vision, and this was something we didn't really plan for. It just kind of happened while working on it. Now we'll get rid of that. We completed our first event for this road, and a lot of people ask us, like, where is this? Is this Germany or is this Sweden? And it's kind of a mix. I'd say not of Germany, but of Sweden and the US. So these areas are Sweden, and there's other, like the cities and the desert areas, they're more of the US. And the reason is because I grew up in the US, but I'm also from Sweden, so it's what I knew. And yeah, now we have a lot of hitchhikers in the game, and I'm not the best at drawing portraits, but it was a really fun thing to do, to try to draw the portrait and then having to draw the smaller portrait in the back as well, and then having to draw them when they're outside as well. And they'll do little animations, and they all have their own little stories. Okay, we got it. A car jack. This will help us if we find the event that is like you get a flat tire, or you can actually, if I get tires, I can change them on the road on the road as well. As you may notice, I don't have a script or anything, and I don't really know what also to say, because you know, when you work on a game for 5 years, or some of you might, you kind of get blinded to a lot of things that maybe people find interesting as well. So, like for me, an interesting thing is the truck, like the big truck that went past. Like we could technically make a whole game where you can play as a truck driver, because I drew like 20 or 40 variations of the trucks, and colors and other decals on the trucks that Christopher then can put together and to randomize them and make them interesting looking. But you could then take those and make a 2D truck game like Keep Driving, because there's so much there, and you never really see it. It's a little sad for me at least. Okay, let's use our duct tape, and this is a fun thing that we added pretty late in the game. To represent the uses, you have like on the top up here, you have how many uses there are, but at the same time you also have a visual representation of the uses. So like when you eat the chocolate goes down, and if you're using the duct tape, it will become smaller and smaller. So let's use this duct tape, and it got a little bit smaller there. And then if we use enough, we'll get it on the car, as I said before. Okay, let's see here. This guy will give us these cool S-shaped shields. And now we're gonna just blast through this. And yeah, we have, for the trees, I've redrawn the trees like 5 times, because every time we changed like the shader or we changed something about the game, that like a color scheme, you have to change all of them, because we're not doing it with code, we're doing it with, like, I'm drawing it baked in. So for every tree, you have to redraw it if there's a change for the color. And sometimes I got annoyed. I was like, oh no, this color doesn't fit anymore. So like the third layer, let's say that layer, it looks a little too saturated for being like in that distance. And then I'll just have to, okay, well, this week I'm redrawing every single tree for every level and every area to fit that, which is maybe not the smartest way, but sometimes brute forcing is the only way. Here we go. Now we're gonna get this last. Look at the little mushrooms. All right, now we got some upgrades as well. Let's hope that we'll find a upgrade place so we can. Oh, let's drink some beer. Now the difficulty. Like playing drunk is like is hard mode and not recommended mode. But we'll see what happens. I think we might even make it to the. You get happy and drunk, so you'll get extra turns at least. But there's no events. We have about. I'm not really sure, but I think we have like 30 cars, and each car has like maybe 15 variations of colors or more, and then they're randomized in different wheels as well that can be put on, and so there's a lot of variation, and it's kind of just in the background, but it's meant to feel it a little bit. Oh yeah, here we got some fun stuff. So this is the cafe, if anyone's seen Twin Peaks. I wanted a little homage to that. Let's go in here. Let's earn some extra cash, and we'll get the warrior energy drink symbol. Now we're making money. And we'll buy some coffee as well. And, oh yeah, and has anyone seen, this is a bad place to ask maybe, but Two-Lane Blacktop is a big inspiration for the game as well. It's a great movie from the 70s. And they're feeding they bring eggs on their road trip. So we had to have the eggs, the jar of eggs. We'll take that as well. Yeah, and now let's go explore. And this was really fun to make. If everyone knows our studio, we also made a game called Post Void, which was pretty popular in like 2020. And
as you keep on driving, we opened up the floor for questions from the audience. So please, if someone actually has a question or a comment to make, raise your hand, and we'll come to you with a mic.
Hello, thank you. I love this game so much, and my big question is, how did you manage to manage all these UI elements? I worked as a UI UX designer, and I love this game on how representing it is with the real thing, but I would believe that your meetings for UI would have been a curse or hell. I don't know. How did you do it that it works so well?
It's kind of, a lot of times we have like, oh, we need this thing in the game, and then I sit and draw it. And then I tell Christoph, right, do you think this works? And he says, no. And then I redraw a little bit. And then he says, this will be fine. And then that's pretty much it. I don't know if that ends. But like I'll take an example. Oh yeah, we found a lot of porn magazines and some weed in the forest. As everyone knows, porn is found in the forest. And we also now got so for your question, like the UI, like this menu was really difficult for us. We didn't really know how to do it well, and like finding place for everything and how it's supposed to be represented. So it actually took us a long time to just every iteration seemed like it was worse than the last until it wasn't, and we just landed on this. But here we knew we had to have. We knew how to have the skills. We needed to pull them up somehow, and we didn't know exactly where to put them. But then we thought this kind of looks like the rear view mirror, and that way we can it'll make sense to the player. And then this background is just a picture that fits with whatever area you're in. But yeah, let's see another example here. So like oh no, there's no garage. So like, oh wait, actually, you know what? For the music menu. The music menu was really fun because it was I just drew it up, and we knew we had a music menu, and we needed to be able to pick songs, and so I drew up this kind of menu that I was looking at different types of like the old iPods and my own CD player in the car, and the tape controllers, and just seeing like how does that work. And then it was just drawing it and then showing Christoph. I pretty much in Photoshop just like make it work, and then make it work by me just pulling things around and showing Christoph, oh, what do you think? Like this would work, and like what if we can have these texts like scroll, and then he just kind of makes it happen. It's awesome. So it's pretty much just drawing it and then putting it into the game and seeing if there's any mistakes, and like drawing up all of the CDs and all. But yeah, I'm glad you like the UI. It's been fun and difficult making it, so let's put some music on. Any other questions?
Hello. I have a couple of questions. Like the first one is again related to the UI. I wanted to ask, did you question the choice of having a pixel font? And how did you choose one, or did you create one?
Yeah, there's a lot of pixel fonts in the game. So they're all a lot of them are open source fonts, and some of them I have to make myself. But the game is run natively in 270 by 480 p. So it's a native pixel game. So there was no choice really. You have to have pixel art, and I really like when it's all one pixel size. To me, I don't know, it just looks pleasing, and it looks crunchier in a lot of ways. So I really wanted it to be pixel. And yeah, it's hard finding fonts. Fonts is like one of the most annoying things, and now we're actually localizing the game. into 7 languages, and finding fonts for that it's been a trouble. Finding for Russian and for or Cyrillic and for Chinese, and having the size. We have some sizes that are 6 pixel fonts, or 6 like size is 6, and yeah, that's way too small. So like we have to remake a lot of the stuff. But yeah, fonts is a difficult question in the pixel art world.
Thanks. That's why I'm asking also, because I'm finding it difficult. And the other question was, so you said you are using a shader over it. And you have a specific pixel definition. Does it work in a sub-pixel level somehow, or is it like, how does the shader work? What does it do?
I didn't make the shader. It was Christopher's, so I actually don't really know. But that sounds about right. It was the only thing I know with the shader is why we wanted it to be like the way it is, because we both wanted the game to look like a photograph, and kind of like the memory of a photograph as well. So we were looking at a lot of, I think it's called like halftone shading or halftone printing, and that's how we were making it. So I'm not entirely sure if it's subpixel. It could be. It could be. Sorry for not knowing this important thing in the game, but we can look at it. If you look at it closely, maybe you'll see, and then you'll know and do some empirical testing. But yeah, if you can see if you look like down here, I don't know if it's visible for you guys because it's maybe dark, but the shader kind of has this effect that it looks like it has like kind of like jeans would look like. And we noticed that a lot of older photographs would have that. But at the same time, we wanted that kind of like video, or not video, but like bloomy aspect and kind of like something a little bit moving. So everything that is bright colored has another shader next to it as well that pushes the pixels and makes like a noise element around them, which gives anything that shines a little bit of a bloom, but it's like a noisy bloom instead. And all the light, this is interesting. We have nighttime as well in the game. So there's no light system in GameMaker, at least we're not using any. So everything has to just be remade. So putting the lights, making it dark, redrawing everything, and like having a shader work out like what should be dark and what shouldn't be dark, and then having masks on everything, so like where the lights are, and just having like lights going like driving by each other is a weirdly complicated thing, because then you're thinking like, okay, so like this car that's driving in now, it's in front of you, that means it needs to make your car brighter, but then the one behind it doesn't make your car brighter, then we have to mask out your own car for every light source. So it's like simple things become more complicated when you're just trying to make it everything like make it yourself from scratch. So that right now we're hungry and we have a headache because we were a little hungover, I think. We'll sleep it off. Now we're cold. Let's put on some music. Let's keep going. Oh wait, no, let's see if I can find. I can customize. So this is the garage, and here you can customize your car. So every car has the parts to it, and you can add to them in the different slots. And so this menu was very inspired by Diablo. And like the whole game is actually pretty like Diablo inspired in a lot of ways, because it's randomized, and there's some rogue-ish elements to it because of the randomization. But at the same time, there is a lot of like this role playing and the way the skill tree works as well in Diablo. And you wouldn't really think of it when you look at the game that this is a Diablo car game, but that's kind of what it is for us at least. So we can move these around as well. I don't want to take it off right now. Let's see. I have no other upgrades. Wait, I can change. No, let's keep it. Yeah, are there any other questions while we're... I can't really see because of the lights.
It's okay. I just wanted to ask, we have all these trucks passing by, and some of them have like blank spaces on them, so it feels like a perfect place to like add like secret messages or something like this to the game. So like this one, there's like always fresh, but I don't know. Were you tempted to use this the space of the trucks for something different? I feel like I would.
Well, there's I think one of the bigger trucks. It says it has like the company is called FTL. So it was a little like that for that. There was small things like that, but nothing really. It was like when we work in Gothenburg, Sweden. There's a highway really close to the office. So one day I just sit there and just looked at a lot of trucks going by, and then I just kind of like took those designs that I saw and just remade them and changed the names and everything. So it was kind of just seeing like what's around me instead of trying to add subliminal messages to people.
Would be a cool place to maybe create revenue for crowdfunding. So like, yeah, donate, and then you can add your logo to the truck side or something.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't know if I want to do that. Like,
no.
There's enough commercials in the world. But yeah, the trucks is also like that. One thing with the truck as well is like if it's going to the left, I have to draw the text in one way, and if it's going to the right, you have to like switch the text. Because if you just switch the sprite, it'll be backwards. So I have to redraw every car that has text on it, which was kind of annoying as well. But
cool.
You gotta do it. So what do you guys say? A or B? What? B? Hey. It's been, I know the car. Not a lot of things to think about. It's hard to think on demand. You got a headache. Too much thinking. Okay, let's see, do we have any food? Yeah, we got to eat some carrots. And it looks like we're dirty, so we might need some deodorant, or maybe some soap. Oh yeah, here we go, the biker. If anyone's been driving in mountains or on small roads, you know the annoyingness of having a biker in front of you. So let's see here. Let's remove those. So this guy was represented by this pattern down there. So like damaging your car, the car, the gas, your durability, and some energy as well. So now we have the UI, like the HUD down here, was a fun thing too. They went through a lot of changes. At first, we actually had a steering wheel here, and we had the gear changes on the right, and we had like you can put on the wipers and the gas pedals, and this was actually used to like control the car. But it became too finicky, and it just wasn't. We noticed that people weren't having fun when they were testing it, like our friends were testing it. It just seemed like an annoying thing that all of a sudden it's like, oh, now you have to turn or you have to change gear. And this down here was actually the timer, which we still have when you're drunk. So that went through a lot of changes. And otherwise, before that, we had it on top here as well. So it's fun, just like the evolution of a game. Like I think the talk before here was talking about the process as well. And it's interesting it goes through so much, especially like at long development times. And you kind of forget when it's done. You feel like, oh, this is the way it's supposed to be. But it never was supposed to. It just kind of happened that it turned out to be like this through just doing it. I got some shields, and the shield is also like a fun. Like we just added it with the paper like that with the S because it'll fit the time period. But it was kind of a temp thing. We were like, oh, we'll make it prettier at one point, but it just kind of stuck. It was charming, so we kept it in the game. Yeah, any other questions?
Maybe just a dumb small one, but when you said like I played the game a bit, so when you get like a dirty road event and your car gets dirty, like you said, is there any way to get your car not dirty again? Because it was dirty for the rest of the game. So
if you,
it's yeah.
Yeah, we've heard this question on like the Discord channel as well. But if you go to the garage and you repair at the garage, they'll clean the car for you.
Oh, I see.
But it's something that we've talked about, adding like soap that you can clean the car with as well. So yeah, that might be coming during the localization update or something.
Fun.
Before that.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And now I think we're pretty far away from the city, but the city is a cool place, like because there's so much art and characters walking around and different places in every single area. Let's see. Okay, wait. Sorry, I just got distracted. Okay, A or B? A. Okay. I'm just doing A.
Make a choice because our time is up. Unfortunately.
All right. Well, I guess thank you for me, and it was fun. I'm so happy to see so many people. It's kind of crazy.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, the game is exhibited right on the side, like right next to this stage. If anyone wants to play it or try it out, or yeah, talk to me as well. I'll be there. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this inspiring ride along. And we're moving now to the next talk, which is going to be done remotely from India. And this will be about the new upcoming market of indie games and indie game development in India. And Shamika will talk us through what is happening over there. So can I ask you a question real quick? So how is the event so far?
So far, the event's been amazing. A lot of fun games, a lot of incredible workshops, and just talks. I'm having a great time.
Okay, cool. So I see that we have Shamika on the screen. Can you wave for us? Because see if you can hear me or see anything that I'm saying. I guess not. Okay. Yes, thank you. Hi, Shamika. We can see everybody can see you now. Can you wave to the audience? Can we hear you? Can you?
Hi.
Oh, hi.
You can hear me? Okay, awesome. I just can't share my screen for some reason.
Okay.
I think you have to enable that.
So, well, people are trying to do that. Shamika, can we... Can you see? You have about 30 minutes to talk us through what's happening in the indie game scene in India. Since it's for me it's difficult to sort of know when you're sort of done and ready with your talk. You can initiate the Q&A when you're ready. So just you can say just open the floor and then people can, and I can bring them the microphone so that you can hear them too. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. That works.
Cool. Cool. Okay. We're still sort of configuring things. So,
yeah, no worries.
Well, while we're waiting until configuring things, how are things over there, Shamira?
It's quite hot where I am. I'm sitting in some really good air conditioning right now. So that's fun. But yeah, I'm really excited to share what I'm going to be sharing today.
Cool, cool.
Yeah, and I think the Q&As will be much easier once people actually see the content that I'm sharing. So I'm still very much open to answering questions regardless.
Okay, okay. Well, while you're talking in this slightly compromised manner, but it works, I think we can sort of just introduce yourself, and then we'll hopefully get everything sorted out while you're talking.
Yeah, sure. So I am Shamika. I'm based in Kolkata in India right now, though I travel a lot within the country. I'm like usually situated between here and the Himalayas. And I have a degree in game design, but I joke that I make 0.5 games per year. I think I have developed maybe only 2 games in the last 4 years, something like that. But I've also been pursuing many other avenues of interest, everything from sustainable fashion to foraging and getting more into like environmentalism, environmental activism. Yeah, so I feel like whatever I'm going to do next is definitely going to be informed by all of the research I've put into these other avenues. Yeah, that.
Okay, cool.
Mostly it about me. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if we're still set, but why are you going to talk about the indie game scene? What is your own, let's say, stake in that scene?
So since I am a game designer, also I hope you can see this.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you see me still also?
Yes. You're good to go.
Yeah, so I would consider myself part of the indie game scene in India, and I'm very close friends with people who are even more actively involved in the indie game scene. I have done a few game jams in the last couple years. I definitely want to continue that and like do a lot more than that. But I keep close contact with people who are currently making games in India, and I'm really interested in sharing what's happening here, and especially sharing on the topic of emotional and cultural processing, because this is something that I think about a lot, about creating and what that creating actually means for us, and like why are we doing what we are doing. And I think the perspective of Indian game devs is honestly something that isn't that well known outside of India. I mean, even I would say even within India, I know, people, whenever I say I'm a designer, the first question is, oh, are you a fashion designer? It's never like game design isn't something that like comes into people's minds in the first place. So I'm really excited to share this with you. So yeah, a little bit more about me. I do game design, but I'm also interested in food, foraging, fungi. Like I love going bird watching, taking pictures of bugs. Very interested in like natural dyeing practices and sustainable fashion practices. I also do ceramics. I also do tarot. I also love finding beauty in the mundane. That's generally what I aim to achieve overall through all my work. So if you're interested in any of these things at all, please feel free to contact me later. I'll be sharing my contact at the end. So the first thing that I would like to share is the Indian context. The first and most important thing is that it's a huge country. It's incredibly diverse. There are, 29 states and I think like even more official languages. There are some states that have like multiple languages within the state. Like even region to region within a state, the food changes, the dialect changes. So whatever I'm going to share with you today is just a small fraction of the diversity in the country. And as you can see here, the little stars I put are like the places from which the devs I'm going to talk about today are from. And this is again mostly South India, a little bit of West India, and I'm from East India, so I'm considering those. Haven't really touched upon North India as much in this, but yeah, even within the topics I'm going to talk about, things are extremely diverse and like, yeah, huge country. We're not a monolith. There's so much more to learn and experience. And even as an Indian, I'm learning more and more about like other cultures, even to this day. So getting into the talk, some of the observations I made from 9 interviews that I did with different devs is that people choose to make games mostly because of the fact that it is a tool for communication. It is a tool to like share information, a very complex information in ways that are like genuinely engaging and want people to come back for more. And as a rule, it is a medium that you don't tell somebody what is right or wrong or good or bad or like what the experience is. You allow them to have that experience. Also, nostalgia is an extremely important tool for storytelling, for any kind of creation, for helping multiple or like different collectives understand and process the message that you're trying to give out. Most people who I spoke to are like very much inspired by the media that they grew up with, the games that they play, the music that they listen to, the films that they're into, all of that. But there are also cases which I find more interesting, cases of people where they did not grow up with access to a lot of media. It's either because of inaccessibility, like financially, or because of the fact that they grew up with conservative parents. So they're usually, I mean, everybody's upbringing, which I think this has been seen in the talks even earlier during the day, people's upbringing, their background makes a huge impact in how they choose to create things and what they choose to share. And yeah, not everybody is making games about, their trauma and their personal lives. And I think that's a great thing, actually, because I think when I started making games, it was my assumption as well that, because I'm really passionate about a lot of things that I want to like share all of these things, but you don't always have to do that. And I think whatever people are choosing to talk about is really interesting, and you'll see that in a bit. One really, really interesting aspect from talking about emotional processing in games with the people that I interviewed is that the process of creating games helped them assess their self-confidence and reflect on how they progress in the aspects of life that they want to progress in. And I think that's super interesting. And yeah, like there's this collective feeling of just being fed up of having the games industry be a certain way. And I think we kind of also grow up, at least the age group that I'm from, have kind of grown up seeing these very, tropey stereotype, like shooty FPS games and, oh, games are just for boys, and like those kinds of stereotypes are still, I would say they're still very much ingrained in our idea and understanding of what games are. But I think these indie games are really changing those perspectives and bringing in new ideas, and I think that's really awesome. Another thing I would like to preface before I start showing the games is that the majority of people who are working in games right now are people who are generally quite privileged. and come from very privileged backgrounds because of access to technology, because of access to certain resources that unfortunately in our country not everybody gets access to. So that's just something to keep in mind while I continue talking. So the first game I'd like to get into is Appa by Mridul Pancholi. He is currently based in Bangalore, and he created this game which is still in development, but you can wishlist it on Steam. It's a strategic card game about these siblings who are basically processing their grief over the death of their father. And I think during this, like our interview and the entire process of talking to him, it was just really interesting to hear how he came to this point, why he created this game. It actually started with a game jam game called Appa as well. And he was sharing about the things that he was going through at the time that led him to create this game. It wasn't actually the death of his own father or anything like that, but he was going through his own process of grief and loss. And he was able to translate it in like this really interesting way. And I think, I mean, I'm really excited to play this game. And at the end of the talk, I have a list of like a little database of all of these games. So I would really recommend you guys to check this out after. And yeah, I think the biggest thing that came up in our conversations was like talking about the nostalgia of certain kinds of games and bringing that into the gameplay, like generally that becoming part of the practice of like creating games. But yeah, this game is very much clearly about processing, and I feel like emotional processing and cultural processing to a certain extent, because it is coming from an Indian perspective of having a strained relationship with a parent. And I think whoever plays this will also get something out of it and be able to relate it within their own contexts. And I also think it's a very creative way of like processing death as a very heavy topic normally and making it like this playful thing. The next game that I want to talk about, this game is incredible. It's called Nobody Knows for Certain by Afra Shafiq. She's actually a researcher and archivist and visual artist, so her practice is more based on like the research aspect, but honestly, this is like one of the best games that I have played in a while. It is basically an archive of Soviet era literature that was basically shipped to India. And it was around the same time India was processing its independence, which is around like the 1950s to 80s. That's around the time when these books were coming into India. And the art style is very much based on the Soviet era, like art within these books. And the game follows very interesting different narratives. Oh, also, yeah, sorry guys, a little bit of spoilers if you're gonna play this, and this is gonna be the case throughout the entire presentation. But if you can see on the bottom left, there are these books. So these are the actual books that people like grew up with. I didn't personally grow up with these, but I was very lucky to go to the show, the like exhibition that Afra had for this game, and she had these books in person, and it was so incredible to see people come together over these books. Like it is again a huge nostalgic thing for a lot of people to have read these books in their grandparents' house or in their uncle's house, or you know, talk about these stories being read to them by family members. And yeah, I think this is a seriously incredible way of sharing like this content and accessing it in such a way that it evokes these memories from the people that are playing it. And I feel really interestingly that this is a great example of cultural processing. It's talking about this historical time in India where, yeah, this literature had a huge impact even on the political situation. But it was also a time where, like, new political ideas were flourishing, or yeah, it was also a hard time for India in many ways. There were also famines and other things happening in the country, but I think this game is just such a beautiful depiction of all of these different stories and ideas, and yeah, I would really recommend checking this out. The next game, oh, sorry, the next two people I would like to talk about, I just had a conversation with them. One person, Yadu, is somebody who I've worked with and is my mentor. I would like to call him my mentor. He's been a huge help in gathering information for this talk as well. And one really big point I want to point out in the conversation that I had with him is he was sharing about how while creating games, he struggles to, I wouldn't say struggles, but like he doesn't like sharing what he's doing with everybody, and he likes to keep what he's creating safe in certain ways. And I think that's a very valid situation to be in, where you want to keep certain things to yourself, but I think that's a huge part of the game creation process, where you don't show everybody what you're doing because you don't want everybody to give their opinion all the time. And I would say generally in Indian culture, people are very opinionated. So it's, yeah, very interesting to have heard that from him. And he also was talking about processing his like self-confidence through games. He was one of the main people who was talking about this, where he doesn't, you know, and I personally feel this as well, that like, I don't always feel very confident with what I'm creating, but you still have to keep making things anyway. And I would like to also talk about Kushal, who worked on the programming for the previous game that I showed everybody. Nobody knows for certain. Conversations with him was also very interesting. Both him and Yadu eventually were talking about how they prefer making games mechanics first rather than story first, because that's just what comes naturally to them, and like going through the aspect of play and bringing out story through the mechanics is something that Kushal talked about. And yeah, I think it gives a good perspective towards like different ways of creating games as well. The next game I'd like to talk about is Army and the Mangrove by my friend Alefia. This game is something that I cried while playing because it is based on folklore of, actually it is like a mix of folklore from 3 different regions of like East and Northeast India. And I worked on like mangrove related science communication project, and there are so many folk tales and folklore that talk about you know, healing and community and self-reflection, community support, and also like a lot of environmental themes, a lot of conservation themes. And I think this game is a really lovely representation and amalgamation of all of these stories. And while we were having our conversation about this game, yeah, she was sharing with me how these different stories that she chose to tell and put together, how they came about. One of the stories was quite incredible. It was about one of their friends or somebody that she knew was basically told by somebody else that they need to clean up a pond, otherwise their like mother will continue to be sick. And that person then cleaned up the pond, and then the next morning their mother was completely fine. And that is a storyline that is shared in this game, and it basically shows that, okay, there is a superstition of like, oh, if you do this thing, then it's going to bring something. But the reality of the situation is that if you're cleaning up your environment and keeping like natural spaces that that communities depend on to survive clean and take care of them and keep them sacred, those are things that are really interesting themes shared here, and just talking about community support and those kinds of things. Yeah. And I think this game is also extremely beautifully illustrated. Again, really recommend you play this. The next game I want to quickly touch upon is Palm Sugar, A Village Story by Monotusk Studios. I got to speak to Karthik, the main person running the show, and these are just some things I would like to share about the game that I think are so intrinsically like Indian. Like, this is very much a depiction of a Hindu village. So this line in front of the temple, and then creating this line as a barrier in the game, I thought is a really incredible thing. And also the cement thing written on the wall is like representation of advertising. The way the houses are created, the way these like little anecdotes are there in the game really represent like the area of like the rural area that they are representing in the game, which is in between Andhra and Telangana. Andhra Pradesh and Telangana are two states in South India. And this is also like exactly what an Indian train station in a small town looks like. And I think this is just such an incredible thing to be sharing. Like, there's such a important cultural representation through a game. The next game that I want to talk about is Spirit of the Backwaters, which is still in development by Rural Bandit. And yeah, this game is incredible. I've only played the demo, but as you can see here, this boat here is actually a race boat in Kerala. The entire game is based in Kerala. And yeah, I grew up in Kerala. I spent like 10 years of my life there, and playing this game was extremely nostalgic for me. I grew up next to the backwaters, and it was really, really incredible to see like all these little aspects of like slow living in a small town in Kerala. The game follows this guy who is learning how to tap toddy and becomes a toddy salesman, and that's kind of what is keeping the revenue in the village alive. And yeah, I think the again here, the world building, the little details in the architecture, the way the toddy shop on the top right looks like, these are such specific to certain cultures in Kerala, like visually and thematically, and I think is a great way to learn about this culture, even as a person who like has never been there. It's extra nostalgic for me because I've grown up there and I've seen this, but I think it's still really lovely to see. And this is just one thing that I wanted to mention. When I first encountered this character in the game, I thought he was like the professor, like in Pokemon, and I thought that was that was my association. But after speaking to Rural Bandit, I found out that this is an actual man from Kerala who is no more, but he was a ham radio operator. And I think that is such a specific character anecdote that he wanted to share, that talked about his own personal like story and development and things that he's interested in as a creator. I think this was really lovely to see as well. The next game I would like to talk about is something that I still need to publish, but I'm working on. But this is a game on like a dress-up game where what you choose to wear is then judged by the people around you. And the process of creating this game was very emotional for me, because even though I'm privileged enough to say that I'm in a family where I can wear what I want, and nobody really polices me or asks me to change or whatever. But the truth of the matter is that most women who are in middle class and upper middle class families in India are usually policed towards what they're wearing. And this game explores family dynamics, like Indian societal norms and gender roles. And if you can see over here, I have a little anecdote on the bottom left where the character, you can choose to wear a Western suit, and then this uncle is judging you for wearing that suit and basically saying that, oh, you're unmarriable if you're dressed as a boy. So I wanted to bring out these themes and subvert these ideas of gendered clothing and what it means to be a woman and things like that through this game. Some key takeaways from this entire experience was that, from all the interviews that I did, that games are incredibly complex to create. A lot of people were talking about how they feel like film is an easier medium to get across the information that they're trying to get across. But I had others talk about the fact that they think games are the only way to actually deeply get across the things that they want to get across. So it's interesting to see that, as well as see how people balance their personal projects with them, being a solo devs and also their own life obligations. It's a bit tricky here in India still when it comes to being an indie dev. Huge thing overall was that the place that the people come from very much informs the things that they're creating. And the fact that nostalgia is eventually a tool we all have to deal with and we all have to grapple with, whether we like it or not. One of the biggest things was that when you're creating something as an Indian dev, there is a very clear understanding that most people who play games and who will pay for games are not people from our country. We have people here, but generally the audience that does access games and plays games more is in the West or the global North. So it's a balance between understanding what we want to create. One thing that somebody shared with me was that, they were worried about the names that they were using, and if those were going to be understandable to an audience, even outside of Kerala, not even looking at the West, but even looking at other Indians. But they chose to keep as traditional or as real names as possible. So I think that's a very interesting conversation. I do feel that we need a lot more games in general to be made by non-men, because this is the general idea of games are made for boys is still something that is so deeply ingrained in people's minds over here. But all of the games that I have seen created by non-men are so incredibly detailed in their research, in their delivery, in the things that they want to talk about. And I, as a non-man, also extremely appreciate seeing that. Even seeing these nuanced topics, I would also really love to see more games that are silly, fun, stupid, and just aren't what the industry wants to be making. Because most of the time, the things that make money are free-to-play games and gambling games. But if we can show that there are other games, there are other ways to make games, other things that people are engaged with, we can also change the idea of what the industry is supposed to look like. I think one of the biggest things is that the privileged class in our country are still the ones who are more involved in this idea of art and culture and creating art. And I would personally, through my work, and hopefully see it through other people's work as well, to support more art and cultural development to other social classes and economic classes, not just the ones that currently have access to it and currently have this mindset around art appreciation. Yeah, that is all I have for you. I hope everything was okay. You can get in touch with me on these platforms, and I'd really recommend if you can scan this and like check out the link to the database that I've created, where you can access all of the games that I talked about and some other games that I didn't talk about, but I really recommend you checking out. And those are games that I will, like the game section, I will keep like adding upon, so you can always come back to this database and check out like a new game that's come out.
Thank you, Shamika. Thank you.
Yeah.
A round of applause. Unfortunately, our time is up. We cannot do any Q&A, so I thank you for this in-depth view on indie games in India. Thank you very much. So, the next thing that we are going to do is something different. A performance, a sampling of something that you can experience yourself here in the exposition. What we're going to see and experience is a sampling of liminal resubstantiation created by Rowan Wood. And liminal is a VR theatrical experience that is now nominated for Human-Human Machine Award, for the Human-Human Machine Award. It will take up about 30 minutes, where you just have to sit, I don't know, relax per se, but and experience the thing that you can actually sign up for. So for the full experience, you have to go to the exhibition, and then you can sign up to undergo this full personal experience. But they've made something that we can experience as an audience. So for half an hour, a sampling of liminal resubstantiation. Enjoy.
Hello. How are you doing tonight?
Pretty good. How are you?
Wonderful. Well, I'm doing all right, but I'm hungry, and I'm having a really hard time finding something to eat. Do you think you could help me?
Sure.
Yeah. Wonderful.
What do you like to eat?
I like stars. They're very tasty, and I use them to stay alive. I haven't been able to find any stars around here lately, but you know what we can do? Knocks the stars out of the sky for me sometimes. If we can call it along, perhaps she can help out.
Okay. How?
We need to ring her bell. I think it's at the end of a red string somewhere. You'll know it when you see it. I think it's over there somewhere. But we ring the bell, and the Lord will come.
Okay.
If you could help me with that, I would be very grateful.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Let's go.
Got one? Yeah.
That big right there. We're here. Business bell. This ring's a little small. I might break it. If you could pull it.
Team effort! Let's go!
Maybe try using your mind? Was that one of you? Yes.
You said it was a little. You already found one.
Yeah.
No, Boston.
I'm here. I'm going to need them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, more. Yes, please. It's happening. And don't go.
We won't.
Please.
We'll stay. I'm not going.
Don't go anywhere. I need to sneak through this.
Whoa. Are you all right?
I need it. I need to get out.
Can we do anything?
I can't. I can't die. I can't. No, he said I couldn't. I can't. Yes. Yeah. Don't believe what he says. Don't believe what he says. I can't. I can't die. I can't. Mother said I can't die. I can't. I can't.
What do we do? What is it?
It's an eye.
Mm-hmm. Looks like an eye. Oh, ah! Oh no! I didn't mean to touch it. Oh, looks like it might go here.
Oh, you think?
I don't know though. Looks creepy.
Ooh.
Wow.
Eye for an eye here, right?
Oh.
What's happening?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh dear.
I have a feeling this is not good. Oh my.
Oh. Hello?
Hello.
Who are you?
I think the more appropriate question would be, who are you? And what are you doing here?
We were helping.
We're friends.
Helping who?
The Wanderer?
Oh, the Wanderer. Are you friends of his?
Yes.
Yeah, friends of the
I would
Wanderer.
say so.
Yes.
I suppose you're wanting to know how to help.
That would be great.
We want to help the Wanderer.
You helped last time. I think it's your turn.
Oh.
Come here. Don't be afraid.
I can't help
Wanderer. Wanderer said not to believe him.
This is what you're looking for. What you see. Would you like it? You just have to take it.
I feel a little iffy about that.
How could you possibly do anything without his heart?
And why do you have the Wanderer's heart?
Because it belongs to me.
Why?
Because it's my heart, too.
Oh.
Are you going to take it?
Should I take it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Be very gentle with it. There's a whole soul in there.
No.
Anything else?
Where do we, how can we help?
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Okay.
Let me show you the way. Farewell, little wisps.
Thanks.
Until we meet again.
Here we go.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
From total darkness to total lightness. Oh.
Hmm.
Are you going to put the heart in the pool?
Either the pool or that. I don't.
Well, try putting it up here and then...
Okay.
There seems to be some over here.
What? Oh.
Oh.
Ren, there's also a little unicorn.
Hey, unicorn. That's a Merkaba. The container.
Hmm. Wow. You're back.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Of course.
Wow.
You okay?
I'm very tired. I'm not going to turn the tree back on. Not today.
Okay.
You can stay if you like. But, well, you can look if you want. There's not much here anymore.
Oh, the little unicorn.
Whoa. Everything's gone. Where are the figures?
No, I have to start again. If you think and you dream, maybe they'll come back. Ugh. Or maybe I can try staying in one place for once.
That's hard to do.
And this is probably a good place to end it. I'm going to break character now. And I'm going to get into another embodiment.
I would like to thank you for coming to this presentation, to this stage show of liminal resubstantiation. Thank you all. Thank everyone at Amaze for their wonderful support. Everyone in the audience, thank you for watching, and I hope that you enjoyed this.
It was amazing.
Thank you. I am the artist Rowan Wood. I produced, directed, made Liminal, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the festival, everyone, and come back into the liminal world. I will have the liminal world open, and people will be able to come in and interact with the Wanderer live, and that will be for the rest of the evening and for tomorrow as well. So please, feel free, and thank you again. Thank you.
Woo!
Thank you.
Okay.
Great show! Great show!
That was great.
All right. So, after this very engaging performance, we are moving on to something more serious. Pierre Corbinet and Christophe Gelat will talk about their game Wednesdays, and it's one of the honorable mentions. And there's a trigger warning. They will talk about very serious topics, things about incest and abuse. And so, if you are sensitive to that, please make the necessary arrangements to deal with that. And they will talk about how, through making a game, they started to heal from that trauma. Yes.
It's coming. It's loading.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
loading. Do I have to press something to share, I guess?
Well.
Hi. We don't have the slide yet on the screen.
Take your time. Take your time.
But I don't know if I should do something. I'm plugged.
Just take your time. I will.
Plugged enough. Okay, I wasn't plugged enough.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I want a round of applause. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Pierre Corbinet. I'm a French game writer. I worked on several projects with different companies. I worked on a game about love. I worked on a game about sex. I worked on a game about being a Syrian refugee seeking asylum in Europe. I worked on a game about the loss of a child. And since I'm such a fun guy, I just directed and written a game about incest and child sexual abuse called Wednesdays.
And I'm Chris. I'm game director at Dinios Games. So I'm mostly known for making games paying tribute to retro past era of gaming. So my first game was Semi Mr. Taco, which was a game who paid tribute to the Game Boy. And now I'm working on Taco no Imitsu, so the game sequel who talk about Game Boy Advance. And my goal is to take these codes and aesthetic from the past to tell more modern and personal stories with them.
I will try to show you a trailer of the game. We'll see if we have sounds. We do not have sound.
No.
We do not have sound for the moment, but I have a plan B, maybe. You hear that?
I am a survivor of incest. 20, 10, or even 5 years ago, I wouldn't have put it that way. There was a long journey to get to where I'm at today. Free, proud, and at peace. Wednesdays isn't a video game about incest per se. It doesn't address the starting point. It's about the journey. One day, a killer whale landed on my doorstep. You can't exactly ignore a whale. This one helped me look back on my memories. It helped me realize how deeply I had buried trauma and how far it reached. My family, my friends, my exes, they've always been there for me. Even though they didn't hear or see everything, they stuck around. They are the true heroes of Wednesdays. Flawed, imperfect heroes, sure, but what are you supposed to do? Wednesdays is meant to be colorful, kind, and filled with hope, sometimes even funny. I'm not saying it's not gonna make you cry. Honestly, you're probably gonna cry. But it will be good tears.
Trying to put that in full screen again, but I don't know how to do that, so we'll keep it that way. So yeah, I'm a survivor of incest. I've been sexually abused as a kid by an older cousin for years, regularly. And for maybe more than 20 years, I never talked about it. I didn't talk about it because I was fine. I was okay. I was doing all right. So why talk about it? But then in 2020, I realized that maybe I wasn't 100% okay, and also that maybe it wasn't being okay, even if I was totally okay, maybe it wasn't a good enough reason to not talk about it. Maybe on the opposite, it was a good enough reason to talk about it. So I made a video game, very small interactive fiction, textual video game, made in 2 days during a game jam, called My First Video Game, and it was already a game about incest and child sexual abuse. And I just put that on the internet without second thought.
And I'm also a survivor of incest. So yeah, in my case, I wasn't doing okay at all. So it was, for me, it lasted for like 10 years. It was my older brother, and so it was pretty common, like very often. And in my case, I started to talk about it publicly very early. Like I was 13 when I started to talk about it to my family. And like in most cases, my family didn't react. They didn't know how to handle that, so basically it continued. So for me, the way of survival and escape was to start to create games, basically. At first it was playing, escaping in virtual worlds and going to JRPG mainly, and escaping this reality, and then it started to create games and wanted to tell story instead of just escaping. And so I left, I got the dream of becoming a game creator, and I left my hometown, went to Paris to a game school, and started to do my life. For a while, it was fine to just run away from the trauma, but it was still haunting me somehow, and memories were still flashing, and it was like, yeah, I left, but the abuser is still around and maybe might be abusing other people. So at one point I decided to go the justice route and try to get justice and press charge and really do a proper call out this time instead of just talking to family. And basically, while I was waiting for my trial in 2020, I found the small game Pierre made. And, and so, yeah, I was like, oh, someone else is making a game about this subject, because I'm also doing it on my own. And I was like, yeah, I will reach it. We already worked together in the past on other small things, so we already knew each other. But yeah, I reached to Pierre on Twitter and said, oh, I played your game, and yeah, we have a lot of things to talk about.
And yeah, and so we started talking about other stuff than video game. And 3 years later, I sent this message to Chris. I will translate it, I will try. I'm nourishing the idea of making my own little game, maybe starting this summer. It would be about incest. We should talk about it when I would have gathered my thought, and Chris replied,
we definitely should.
And so, yeah, that's how Wednesdays, hard to say for a French guy, started. So how do we make a game about incest? Incest is very taboo. It's scary. It's kind of depressing. Like, nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, oh, I want to play a game about incest right now. So if we wanted people to play our game, we needed to make something different. Something bright, colorful, hopeful. Something that wouldn't be about the incest, something that wouldn't show any abuse or whatsoever, but that would be about the after, about growing up after that, about healing from that, about being okay maybe in the end. And we needed, of course, the first thing was to have the graphics to reflect that. So this is probably not what you would think of when thinking about a game about incest. So that was the first part of it.
Yeah, and we decided to work about memories because for most people who suffer this kind of traumas, we kind of lost memories about it, try to forget about what happened. And so just for that, we decided to make a game where we recollect memories to when we get, when we encounter, well, I read it because I lost myself. But yeah, we decided to articulate the game in 2 phases, one with a park and one with memories. And so when we put attraction in a park, we unlock new memories. And it's often something that happened. It happened to me when playing games, getting flashbacks of things that could happen to me in the past. And so we thought that would be a good way to emulate that feeling without making the player experience the memories directly, but to recollect them instead.
And yeah, so we have this part in the park, and we have the aforementioned memories. But this is a video game. And video game is about interaction, about choices, and about embodying a character regularly. So who should we play in those memories? Who should we be as a player? Should we play as Timothée, who is the main character, and whose memory we're exploring? It would make sense. It's his memories, after all. But it felt wrong. Because, as I said, video game is about interaction and choice. But what defines victims of incest is the lack of choice, the lack of consentment. And yeah, it didn't work. It would defy the point of the game. So we needed to play someone else. Who then? Should we play the abuser? That's not what I wanted to do. Maybe there's a game out there that could be made about this. That's clearly not the path I wanted to take. Maybe not too soon, I don't know. So who else? I looked around and found the answer. Everyone else. In Wednesdays, you don't play as Timothée, you play as the people around him all along his life. You play as his father, his grandmother, his school teacher, his childhood friends, his girlfriend, his childhood high school crush, etc., etc. And that way, you get to look at Timothee's story from different point of view, different lenses, and you get to ask yourself the questions, what would have I done in that situation? What could have I done? What could have I seen? How? What could have been different? And how? Yeah, that was the point of switching the point of view of the game.
And as those memories can be quite heavy for some of them, and because by being the surrounding of Timothy, you're really immersed in what you can tell to him, because usually people don't really know how to react when we brought up this subject. But just to give some room to player to reflect and just kind of relax between scene, we decided to add a lot of things in the kind of park, theme park aspect of the game. So that's why now we can talk to people, put decoration, find treasures, crabs, fish, ducks, and a lot of small interaction just to let you unwind and help you really take time to assimilate the story and what is being told. And we also decided to put a big emphasis on trigger warning because the subjects are tough and many people are not really prepared to that. And most of the time, people are scared to play the game, basically. So a lot of people are like, oh, it could be fun, but it's scary. We don't know if it's the right time to play it. But spoiler alert, it's never the right time to talk about this kind of subject. So we decided to do a lot of trigger warnings. So for each scene, you can see small trigger warning, detailed trigger warning. You can pause each scene. You can pass the scene. You are not forced to see anything. Basically, you have consent to everything in the game, and because of that, people really were really happy about that. It was something we were not used to, putting a lot of trigger warning, and for us at one point it was like, oh, we are spoiling the game, but in the end it was really, really helpful for a lot of players to be able to interact with the game and be more trusting us in the process, that we are not here to traumatize them with our stories, and basically show them how it is and make them learn about incest and how we live it.
But we still haven't talked about the elephant in the room. As the most observant of you might have already noticed, some characters in Wednesdays have cube heads, cube instead of heads. This is not innocent, of course. Of course, this has meaning. This is a bit spoilery of the game, but honestly, it's quite easy to figure it out. The cube heads are stigmat of incest, of child sexual abuse. Usually, the victims of incest or child sexual abuse usually are silent, invisible. We don't see them. But what if we could? What if we could see them? There are. It's estimated that 10% of kids are victims of incest, not child sexual abuse, just incest. That's quite a lot. There's maybe 100 people in this audience that statistically there are at least probably 10 of you that have been victims of incest. What if we could see you? Of course we can't. In real life we can't. In real life all we can do is talk and listen. And this is also why we made this game, to give more opportunities to talk about this topic we don't often talk about. And it is working. We're here on the stage of a video game festival talking to you about incest. So yeah, that's neat. That's working. It's not over.
Thank you. But yes, it was something that was very scary to do, basically as survivors as well. If I can talk to me as a child, and it's something I dream about, being able to make a game about it for a long time, because as a survivor you always carry the weight of trying to help other people. And so it was really something we were happy to do, but also scared that how it will be perceived. And in the end, yeah, we are successful, I guess, in our mission, because we are receiving a lot of comments and people telling us their stories and how the game can help them. So no matter the trauma you might have, you can make something with it that can help other people. So that was our goal, and now it's done, and we are pretty happy about it. And we hope that more people can learn about it. And the step after that is to help society evolve, because in the end, less than 1% of incest cases are judged in court. Most of the time, people don't talk about it. When they talk about it, the family try to silence them, like it was for me, basically. And then the justice, in the end, also don't do much. So it's a common effort, I guess, to try to make things evolve. And in my case, Wednesday was released 1 year after I won my trial against my abuser. So yeah, that's quite liberating, and hopefully we can help more people liberate their speech and talk about it. And it's already happening, so now we hope it will continue.
That's it for us. Thank you very much. The game is available to play up there in the slope. If you like it, you can still vote for it. And that's it for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We didn't name them, but here you can see all the amazing people who worked on the game.
And some of them are in the room with us, so you can also applaud them for their really good work on the game. Do you have any question for us while we're here?
Okay.
Hey, I'm kind of curious about whether or not just creating the game itself helped each of you process your own kind of history and trauma, and what the experience of the actual creative process was like for you.
I can. Well, in my case, I was already speaking about it since a long time, and already making games to kind of heal myself, and was waiting for the trial. So I was already pretty far in the process of healing. But it's kind of a cherry on top of going through the process and all the hardships about it. But seeing the impact, and now we are more free. Like, I can be on the stage talking about it. I can talk about it in press and stuff like that. So it's liberating, and it's really what I try to survive for somehow, to make something about it and help people. So it's liberating, and it's great.
And yeah, it's a bit the same for me. It clearly wasn't a therapeutical process or healing process for me. Like, I had processed it already. I was healed already. I was fine already. I don't think I could have made the game if I was in a dark place. I needed to be in a bright place to be able to make this bright game. So no, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't therapeutical for me, but of course, it's liberating to have it released, and that's, as I said, it's cherry on top.
Yeah, and it's also help us to talk about it with our family as well. Like, some family member played the game and saw things with a different perspective, and there is a lot of us in it. So of course, that always help.
Are there other questions?
Hello. First of all, thank you for telling your story and becoming that a game. I really appreciate when you have like this kind of diversity in stories and references. So thank you. And my question is about the part when you said that a game is about interaction, and you had to choose a different people or different something to interact. Which was the process to separate yourself a little bit of this story, which is that personal, to find other people, other I don't know, like interactors?
Well, I'm a game writer, so I'm really used to writing voices for characters. Anyways, So no, it wasn't something difficult for me. It's something I'm used to do. Of course, some of the characters of the game are inspired by my own story, so that's something that helps. But it's I don't know. It's just fun to. That's why I like writing video game. It's fun to see where the conversation can go. Like I don't know where the conversation go when I start writing a dialogue, and then have a branching, and I see, oh, it can go that way or that way, and I just explore stuff. So it comes pretty naturally. That's what I find fun in writing myself.
Yeah, and also we also discussed with together at first, because as we mentioned, the reaction to trauma is different with everybody. We didn't have the same path in life, even though we suffered the same kind of abuse. We reacted very differently, and we discussed with other people, and that's the thing we try to show in the games, that there are each victim is different, each trauma and how we experience it is different, and to show other perspectives like this. So yeah, there was one like mine, injustice, one just in discussion, one with just don't talk about it and move forward. And there are a lot more ways to survive trauma or not survive trauma, basically, as well. So that's also what helps to separate ourselves from it. It's to try to show as many perspectives as possible. We also reach to association to try to talk with them. And so yeah, we try to take from our life, but also from other people's life.
And to add on that, at first when writing the game, I planned to contact association of victims to talk with them, to hear more story and stuff. But I just started working on the game, and thus I started talking about incest around me. And I realized, okay, I won't need to find association of victims. Victims are all around among my friends, my family. I just need to talk about it to find these people and to make them play the game and discuss and stuff. So that I was going to say that was great. No, that wasn't. That's not really great. That was practical. I'm not sure if it's great, but yeah, that's how we managed to have this diversity of stories as well.
Thank you for making the game. It's really beautiful. I wanted to ask about when it came to distribute and market the game, were you worried about issues of censorship, whether on platforms or marketing platforms? I saw, for example, you were going to do an Ask Me Anything on Reddit, and that proved more difficult than expected. How did you navigate these issues?
One of the big issue we feared for the platform, as you mentioned, was Steam. Steam now accepts most game, and we never feared that our game wouldn't be accepted on Steam, but we feared the game would be 18 plus on Steam, and thus sorted with the porn games. And I love porn games. I made some too, but this is not a porn game, and I definitely don't want this game to be with the porn games. So that was a big fear. It turned out okay in the end, so good. Communication-wise, yeah, we feared. We had Arte who was handling the communication, our publisher. So they did a lot in turn with the communication service and judicial service.
Lawyers
to see what we could say, not say, how we should angle that. We had a disclaimer in the game to help with that too. And in the end, we didn't have any bad experience with the game. Everybody seemed to like it. There's this on Reddit. Yeah, it flopped every time I tried to market the game on Reddit. People were downvoting it by in mass. I'm not sure why. The EMA wasn't great, but it wasn't awful either. That was part of the game. Ask me anything, that's in the title, so go ahead, be a dick. I can handle that. I wish there were more dicks I could speak of. There were only a bunch of dicks. That was boring. I myself, when starting thinking of the game, didn't worry about that at all. We started worrying a bit in the end, but we just did everything we could to avoid the worst things, and we didn't have any trouble so far. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we live in a world of algorithm, and so some platforms, even just the word incest is deleted automatically by auto moderators. And we also, we were when we were making the game, we thought that some scene might be shocking, but in the end, that wasn't the ones that shocked most people. So depending on the country and the culture of the country, it's very different. In Europe, it was okay basically, but we haven't reached much American outlets, for example. So it's something that's kind of bothering us because incest is everywhere and not just in Europe. So yeah, depending on the country, people might play it or not. And we are also in a world of streamers. So streamers are like, there are words they cannot say. And so sometimes, some don't want to play it just because of the subject, but some are playing it. And so there are many reactions of people playing with the community, and it's opened a lot of discussions. So it's coming, I guess.
They are not being censored by Twitch or anything. Like, nobody care about our game, actually. So that's good.
Well, thank you.
This is it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your story, Pierre. Pierre and Christophe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a little break until 16:30 where we can start the final leg of this track. What we still have for you are 2 talks. First, Hilary Leon will talk about Sync Life, and then afterwards at 5 o'clock we will have Palestinian Voices in Games, which is going to be led by Marie Janin, and we can see Pierre back. Up until that time, take a break, relax, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. How are we doing in energy? Are we still okay? Are we still doing okay? Well, to be honest, I am exhausted. I am a bit broken even. I don't think I have ever experienced so much brain melts and mind explosions as if I had today. So much stuff has been told, has been said, and provided some amazing insights into how we actually can make games, and how we play. So the question that came up in my mind is like, how many times can a person, withstand another mind meld or melt? And the answer is 2, because we have still 2 talks for you here. Today, Hilary Leon is an artist, is going to tell about Sync Life, an experience where that is nominated for the human-human machine interaction, and she can tell us everything about this innovative experience.
Thank you so much. I think there must be, there we go. Wow, it's a bright light. I am so thrilled to be here. So I want to thank you all for coming. I'm Hilary Leon, and although it says that Sync Live was created and directed by me, which is true, this project has been, I'm moving and getting some sound over there, so I'll try not to go there, is really a love project that has been informed and shaped by many, many hands and hearts and brains, and I'm very grateful to my team, my international team, for getting us to this place. I want to start with this. And for those of you who've played the game, it might sound familiar, but how many of you have seen a flock of birds flying in kind of perfect coordination, and they're turning on a dime as if they are a single organism flying as one? Now, I've always been mesmerized by flocks and wondered, I don't know if you've ever wondered, like, how do they do this? Well, it turns out that flocking is a collective behavior that birds do by instinct. And they're following simple rules. And the rules are fly toward the center of the flock, don't collide, and match your speed and direction only with your nearest neighbors. So you could have 10,000 birds in the sky, and each one is only paying attention to 5 to 7 birds around them, which is kind of amazing. So the flock stopped. It should be looped, but that's okay. Anyway, let me stop this now if I can. So flocking is a phenomenon that scientists call emergence. And emergence is literally when individual parts of a system interact, self-organize, and become something greater than the sum of their parts. Emergence is a phenomenon that you see pretty much in every system at every scale, right? Fish and birds and ants, you see them in ecosystems. It's the formation of stars and galaxies. And one of my favorite, it is actually the dominant explanation for cognition, that our brains, our neurons in our brains are emergent, and that the more emergent your brain, sort of, I guess the deeper your thoughts, perhaps. I'm not sure the scientists would agree with that. So I looked up at the sky and I said, wow, nature cooperates in this astonishing way. What about humans? You know, not so much these days in my experience. You know, we're polarized, we're divided, we're less and less able to communicate with each other, and sort of less and less tolerant of different ways of thinking and different views. And so I came to this project really as a human, you know, with this urge to have more human connection. And I thought that, you know, if flocks of birds, you know, could do it, maybe that's a model for human cooperation. So I had this incredible opportunity to work with a team of UK-based neuroscientists. And they were studying actually consciousness and emergence in the brain. And I engaged them, and this has been going on since 2020 and 2020, to see if we could operationalize emergence into a game. And the scientists were interested because they had just published this algorithm that measured causal emergence. And of course, I've read this paper, I don't know, probably 17 times. And if you want to read it, it's on the website, but it's pretty complicated. But they have come up with a mathematical formula to measure it. And so we said, hey, do you think we could use that to measure human emergence? And they're like, why not? So it had never been done before. So they were pretty excited because they're, mathematicians and physicists, and they're thinking about those things. And they don't often get the opportunity to apply this kind of rigorous science to like real-world human conditions and to human social organization. So that's exactly what we set out to do. Now, it turns out that creating the conditions for human emergence was far more technologically and scientifically challenging than we had thought. So it took us a couple of years. Obviously, it was 2020. We were in the pandemic. I worked with these scientists very closely for 2 years. I never met them. It was all over Zoom. And we couldn't, once we actually we developed the concept and then developed a prototype and had an idea that we wanted to test, we couldn't test it because nobody could gather. So as soon as the world started opening up, we had our first public pilot, which was in 2022 in the UK. And we ran the game with 300 people. And the scientists designed a formal science experiment. They got, ethics approval and so forth. And we did psychometric data collection before and after. And then we did an analysis of, I'm saying we, but it's really the scientists who did this. I was supportive and excited. And out of this, we actually have written a paper, which is pretty exciting. Oops. So this is what it looks like, for those of you who haven't played yet. All right. So now I want to break it down a little bit. So at this stage, at this scale, we can play the game with up to 20 people. So it's 10 to 20 people in the space we have here. It's pretty small, and we're doing a maximum of 10. Although we have many different game narratives, which if you've played the game, the basic rules are the same. And that's no talking, no touching, keep moving. Now you might say, why no talking? Well, when I set out to sort of solve the human cooperation problem, I actually thought it was a language problem. And I thought that language was broken because I couldn't have a conversation with anybody anymore. And it turns out my aha moment was that language is actually not broken, but it's merely insufficient for the complexity of our moment. And that we need our language, right? And we need all of our languages. It's been a beautiful international group here. But we need an and, right? We need language, and we need other ways to communicate. And I thought that if we could disable our default system for communication, maybe we could enable a more pre-linguistic instinct to cooperate, right? Humans are a social species, and cooperation is our secret sauce, right? So I thought maybe if we created a situation in which people who maybe had very different views about the world could come together, right? That we could, in a sense, hack the amygdala. You could rewire, right? Like when you see somebody that your body says you don't like them because that's how you've been conditioned. Like in Sync Live, they're your team. And our brains are able to do that. They're mutable. So that was the thinking behind it. So no talking. You can't see or control your hat lights, right? So you have no individual control, and the only way you can succeed in Sync Live is by succeeding together. So what's our technology? So first I want to say one of the exciting pieces of this is that we really are the first to quantify flocking behavior in human groups with a feedback mechanism, right? So this is very new technology. It's probably why it's been such a high mountain to climb. When we first did it in the UK, we used computer vision for position tracking. I got back to New York and I was like, there was no way I could find a 20-foot ceiling. It was just impossible. Space was so, difficult. So we actually redeveloped the technology using ultra-wideband signal, which is what we're using here. The position tracking is just something we need. It's not essential in the sense that we may go to something else next as we evolve and develop this project. But the key part is this algorithm that the scientists develop. And this algorithm, okay, so emergence has been around since Aristotle, just to be clear. It is not a new idea, but what is new in science is the ability to measure it. And so we took something like literally they published it in June, and in July we were integrating their algorithm. And the other really, really cool part of this project for me is that all of the original scientists are still on board. So for whatever reason, there's something here that has sustained the imagination and interest of these incredibly brilliant minds. And I'm so honored actually to have them at the table. Like every time we'd have a Zoom call, I'd kind of pinch myself and say, this is amazing. I can't believe that we're doing this. But it also meant when we were developing it initially, I had the authors of the algorithm like at the table helping us calibrate it and make it work. So that's actually with their algorithm thing, and the ultra wideband. But this is all something that's in process. I mean, I think our future, one of the things we want to do is just make it more lightweight. Right now, it's pretty infrastructure heavy. It was a big lift to come to Berlin. We're so excited to be here. So we want to be able to, some future moment where we show up with our little kit, and there you have it. I think it'll make this a much more portable experience. So the science. So as I said, we collected data at the beginning. The person that came on board, who was the first software engineer to help us prototype the hardware and software, was entering a PhD program in complexity science. At the end of this, just a month ago, she got her PhD. And so that was pretty exciting. And Sync Live is really the focus of it. So we had not only like an amazing software engineer, but we had somebody so deeply invested in the science and the set of ideas we were exploring. So what did we find out? We found out that players in winning groups felt more connected to one another after they played the game, right? Which is cool. So Sync Live makes you feel more connected. We found that, and this was kind of the consciousness piece, we were curious about if people were aware of the strategies they used, right? So if you have played the game, you might remember your experience. If you haven't yet, it's sort of like, are you thinking about, I'm following this person, I'm not following this person, whatever your strategy is, are you aware of it, right? Is there a conscious awareness? What we found, which was so interesting, is that people that were aware of the strategies they used were more likely to be in winning groups. And so that suggested to us that individual agency, individual action has a role to play in collective action, right? I think people are afraid of the collective because they think that it's authoritarian, we're all gonna sort of, or fascistic or whatever. But I think what we're finding here is that like you're important as an individual and in order for the collective to work. So both parts are important and we wanna do more research in that. The other kind of cool thing is after the game, we took 10-second clips of gameplay, and one of the scientists did a study to see if emergent patterns, first of all, if the subjects could figure out which patterns were emergent, and they could, and second, were they more beautiful? And so I can say tonight, very proudly, that emergent patterns are more subjectively more beautiful, which is kind of also interesting and another area for future research. So what are we doing with it? Part of my challenge over the last 5 years or 6 years has just been that there's so many fun things that we could do with Sync Live, right? So this is just some of them that I list up here. It's a game, it's an experience, it's social art. I think as an artist, I don't know, do you guys know what awe is, right? Awe is this emotion that you feel when you're in the presence of something that you can't explain with your current knowledge. So my fantasy for Sync Live is that we get 1,000 people on a field, and in 10 or 12 minutes, the entire field is able to synchronize their lights without talking. I mean, that would be awesome, right? So it's like this magical experience of like something happening that you can't explain. And for those of you who've played, I always say at the end, so what did, one of the things that people say to me, I say, so what do you think? And they say, I don't know how we did it, right? And it's okay not to know how, because I think Sync Live is also about like being okay with not knowing and finding some joy and delight and pleasure in that. So we're interested in sort of applying it to team building. A lot of people ask us if we can come and do team building experiences, as icebreakers, or, I mean, one of the things that I can see it as is just any kind of priming activity for any other activity, right? So you're going to a concert, or you're going to, about to do like some kind of creative brainstorm, or you're, anything that you want to sort of give people an opportunity to sort of meet each other in a very neutral way and do something silly and fun. But I guess you guys all know that, because that's what games are about. So community building, wellness is a big piece of this. And of course, there's the science research, and we have a whole science research track in the sense that we have just some new scientists coming in. We're about to do a pilot in Paris at the end of May, if you're in Paris. And so it's more of an experiment than it is an entertainment thing. But we have a young scientist there who wants to use it to study leadership. And then we're gonna actually, after we pilot in Paris, we're taking it to Mallorca at the end of June for a complexity conference. So those are not bad places to have to go, right? And the other piece are the analytics. So this is something that, because this was designed as a science experiment, it was, we log all of the data, and we have all of this kind of treasure trove of motion data. It's all anonymized, so it's not tracked to any individual. And we're sort of just looking at, like, what can we learn about collective human behavior, right? What can we learn about the ways in which people move together and work together and learn together? One of the things that you can do with Sync Live is it really, like one of the groups was talking about being uncomfortable. There's discomfort. So how do you overcome discomfort? There's resilience, there's adaptability, there's situational awareness. There's all kinds of wonderful skills that you can gain from playing this game without having to try too hard, right? It's just kind of fun. We also know that, in my experience, some groups are just better than others, right? And there's no reason why except that there's some good vibe. I was talking to a guy a couple of years ago who was in one of these corporations, and he was saying, I've been running teams for 30 years, and some teams to this day, they still get together and have drinks, every 6 months. And some teams never gelled. And there's this magical thing called team chemistry. So there's also a chance that Sync Live could start to give us some insights about what makes a good team, how people come together and create that magic. So what's next for us? So I mentioned analytics. I think we're super interested in looking at what we can learn from this data about how humans interact, right? So one of the things I'm particularly interested in is looking at individual contribution to collective effort. We talked about the study where people who were more aware of the strategies they used were more likely to be in winning groups, right? So could we understand how individuals contribute in more specific ways? So it would be super cool to know that, we've all been on teams, and we've all, there's somebody who's loud and extroverted and gets everybody moving, and then there's a really quiet person, but that person actually plays a really critical role. And so I think if we can understand the different roles people play, maybe there's one person on the team when there's a disruption, like our disruption, I won't name it in case you haven't played it yet, but if there's a disruption and that particular player is very good at bringing the group back together, right? So I think we could find all of the ways that people bring something very special to making a collective successful. And so we're super excited to kind of dive into those analytics. It's related to the science research, although also with the science research, as I said, we have some new scientists coming on board. The fact that, like, at a complexity conference, they want to run it and run an experiment is pretty exciting to us. We have been to several complexity conferences. I love that part of this project. I call myself a citizen scientist. I'm not a scientist. But I think it's pretty cool to have something so rigorous that we can continue to create fun with it, but that there's this science backbone. And that every time we play the game, we can just collect more data that's going to help us understand, how to make human groups work better. And we'd love to do some paid experiences, right? It's time. So we're excited to bring this to, let's say, conferences or anybody that has an event or a group and you want to, create a big social experience. So what we're looking for is we want to start doing event activations. We've started this in the US. And part of that process is we want to, like I said, take our tech stack and make it smaller, make this more portable, easier to run. Right now it's very human. It takes a lot of hands. But there's lots of ideas we have about how to get there. It requires money, and so we're looking for some of that too. But more, that's really important, but we're really looking for collaborators, strategic collaborators who can help us take this to new places and help us scale it, help us get to that lower tech stack, and help us make Sync Live a sort of a global phenomenon. I think it's possible. I think we come to you and say, it's a human connection game, and I think we all need to go back and connect with each other. At least when I look at the world, I try not to read the news, but when I do read the news, I kind of go back to my little self and I say, well, I'm going to wake up today and try to change the world, and I've got something that could do that. So I want to stop and I want to say thank you for listening. And anybody here that, one of the things that also happened is last year we ran like 12 events in New York. As I was kind of play testing and trying to kind of iterate and make this better. And every single time we ran a play test, 4 or 5 more people joined, either as volunteers or interns or paid consultants or whatever. So I invite you all, we're really trying to put something out in the world, and you come from all places and you bring amazing talent and skills. And if you're aligned with our vision and you want to help bring human connection, to the world, please join us. Super available. We're around for the next couple of days, and thank you. So I want to say one more thing before I want just a shout out to my core team in the UK. Without them, I wouldn't be here. To Dan and Pedro and Fernando and Madalena and Andre, to my New York team, to Jay and Claire and Rachel who are here today. To Robert and Wes and Felice and all of the people in New York who, have gotten us to this point. And I hope I can add some more names to that list. So does anybody have any questions? I have no idea what time it is. How are we doing? Oh, not bad. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Congratulations on the game. We played it earlier this afternoon and we had so much fun. Couldn't stop laughing. So thank you so much. It was a very great experience. I was interested in your connections to the scientific fields and more precisely to geography. I happen to be a geographer. And in France, we have this thing called microgeography. I feel like it's super relevant to what you're actually doing with Think Live because it's about understanding how people relate and connect together and also with spaces and how spaces shape that, relationships to people, and also how some people have the agency, to impact and kind of build their own scenery of the space to get people to join them. So yeah, it's a very big and interesting field. I felt like it was super relevant to what you're doing. And so the question I had was, in terms of scientists working with you, around you, have you ever considered geography as a field that could be interesting to mix with Think Live? And since your experience is not focused on space but really on people, how do you connect to this spatial subject? Because it feels super relevant to me, and I think it was a wonderful experiment to that extent.
Well, sign up. I mean, we don't have a good. I haven't actually thought about geography before. I think it's a fascinating idea, actually. So we should definitely talk. I mean, we are using spatial computing. This is a spatial experience. Right now, one of the things our position data, we're only collecting X and Y data. And we're not connecting Z, which is height. So it would be super interesting to go 3D in that way. And but I don't know, where my brain went also, well, I'll stop there. But I thought that it was super interesting, and I'd love to talk to you about it.
You could look up for some French geographers on microgeography. That could be super interesting to your project.
Yeah, let's do it. We're doing a pilot in Paris. You should come, May 31st, at the Brain Institute, the Paris Brain Institute. Hello. Hi.
Hello. I'm Horatio. I'm a musician and also starting to be a dancer. And I was wondering if you have ever tried this with different groups, for example, with dancers, but it can also be with different types of people with sort of a background that maybe has to do with their interconnected. Because I feel like I've tried something along these lines in terms of these fun little game things, but not so analytical, but just in terms of connecting to each other. And in some groups it works better when there was that thing that happens also in jams and in creative things where you kind of click with people. What is your experience with that?
Well, it's a great question. I can give you a good source to look at on that. So there's a scientist named Naomi Leonard who did something called flock logic, but it was like 20 years ago with a dance troupe, Susan Marshall dance troupe, and it's super interesting work. So I would love to do it with dancers. One of the complexities of this, and the reason I'm so thrilled to be at Amaze and why festivals are so good for us actually, is that we can run the game with lots of people. When I'm doing a playtest in New York, it's like, oh, unless it's an event where somebody else is bringing the people, it's hard to. So all of these things are things we want to try. I'd love to try it with. My guess is that anybody with kinesthetic intelligence, a dancer, even a football player, right, and as an athlete, would do better because or somebody who plays in an orchestra, or somebody who does jazz improv, or does improv, right? Anybody who is already accustomed to being in a group and knows how to read the room and understands how to do nonverbal communication, and is comfortable in their body, right? Those people do very, very well with this, and better typically. But I also think, just as a learning thing, is people can learn this, right? One of the things that a lot of people told me the last time we were at Indiecade in LA in November, which was super fun, and I had so many people tell me it's just great that adults get to play. Like, there are no opportunities for adults to play, and this is an opportunity to do that. So thank you. Anybody else?
I think we're out of time.
Excellent. Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's great to be here.
Thank you, Heather. So, thank you, Heather.
Hillary, close.
Sorry.
That's
okay. Thank you, Hillary. And let's see if we can get the seats filled from the side so that people can actually sit down, because we are going for the big one, the final one. And so please take a seat. We have some time to set things up. So come on, everybody, come on in, because we are going to talk about something real and profound and meaningful. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to display it now. Yeah. Then you can choose. Yes. Well, you should be sitting. So, hold on. I have too many mics, so that's not going to work out for me now. Oh, yeah.
Mic?
Yeah.
Great.
So
they just want two handhelds that have one.
The final talk is going to be about, let's see, what's called Palestinian Voices in Games, a network of people and who are actually trying to support these Palestinian voices in game making. And now let me see. Pierre, we actually have probably seen before on stage, and Marie is going to talk us through this network and what it was all about. And they will introduce us to actually Palestinian game makers and talk more about their games and their experiences. So I want to welcome to the stage Marie and Pierre, if you are ready.
Marie is doing clearing some stuff.
Okay. Well then, since they're setting up, let's see if there are more people on the sides who can actually fill in the seats. If not, well, there's many seats here left. So in the meantime, how are things? How's the day to you?
It's a good day. Yeah, it's been a good day. Good talks.
What is the high point of the day for you?
Well, actually playing Sync Live. I just went to play Sync Live, and that's one of the main reasons I was on this talk just now. And yeah, it was very fun experience. Yeah, very interesting.
So recommend?
High recommend. Yeah, I might play again even. So.
Cool. Okay, so why are you staying?
Where?
Staying here.
Well, I just came for a maze. Yeah. Well, like the talk, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, because we want to hear about Palestinian voices in games. Yeah, I know some of them, and I'm looking forward to hear, what they have to say today, and hear that they're hopefully still safe. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. Are you ready? Okay, then Marie, take it away.
Hi. Thank you for joining us here. I am Marie.
I'm Pierre. Hi.
And we are part of the Palestinian Voices in Game that you can see here. And we're going to try to explain you what we are doing. And later we're going to welcome two Palestinian makers that are working with us and that they will present their project. And I hope they are somewhere online with us here. So Palestinian Voices in Game is a network and of game professionals from many places in the world, and we're trying to support Palestinian game makers in the production of their games. And we volunteer time, work, expertise to support their project. And we do this because we believe that the game community can organize itself to amplify the voices of Palestinian game creators, share their story, and help their project reach global audiences. And it's already started. We were just talking about it with Pierre. A year ago, we were a little group of people in a little room talking about how powerless we felt. And in a year, we found and we met wonderful people. And we started to work with them, and we start to see more and more of their work, and that's very encouraging. So we've been working for a year now, and the idea is to be able to support any kind of project from Palestinian people, and all kind of scales, all kind of in many different ways. And so we are looking for people who have skills in game making, and then we are trying to bring people together. So we made a little sketch to try to explain you how we work. Oh, this is here. So we are this little blob. In the middle would be the network. We are a group of people. We are around 10 people that meet every 2 weeks. And then we're trying to find and to talk to Palestinian game maker. And when we find them, we talk about their project. We try to figure out what they need. And we try to then reach out to you and all the game community around the world and find fitting volunteers for the things that are missing. This is clear, sort of. So if you are interested, if you think you can maybe spare a bit of time, or maybe some money, or maybe some experience, or if you yourself know some Palestinian makers that could need help, or that could or that want to work together, you can check on this website. There's some forms to register as a volunteer or to register as a creative person. We're going to share this again at the end of this presentation, so you can scan. And this is what we're doing. And today, the exciting part is actually those projects are just very interesting projects, and we wanted to invite the people we are working with to be on the stage here. And at the moment, we are working on 4 projects, so with 4 different creative, and 2 of them could join us live, so they will talk afterwards. And one of them could not be here, but Pierre, who's working with them, will talk about the collaboration. So we start first about Yasmin Omar Ota, and then later live we will have Rashid Abwede and Yusra joining us to present their work. Yes, let's go.
Yeah, so Yasmin couldn't be here, so I will present a bit their work and project. Yasmin Omar Ota, also known as Delata, is a comic artist, among many other things, of Palestinian origin, based in Austin, Texas. Their first graphic novel, Miss Shadra, I have no idea how to pronounce it, and I forgot to ask, so I'm sorry. This graphic novel depicts the daily life of an Arab-American epileptic making his way through college while dealing with difficult and stigmatizing doctors. It received an Ignatz Award back in 2018. For those who don't know, who aren't into comics, it could be seen as the equivalent of the Most Amazing Award here. Their most recent work, Neira and the Jinn, is a coming-of-age graphic novel with a fantastic twist. Neira Mansour, a Muslim American girl, is about to crack under pressure when she meets a mysterious jinn that will use their powers and wisdom to help Naya navigate her overwhelming life. Neira and the Jinn has been praised by the critics and is now available as well in French and Spanish, and in English, of course. Yasmin also did various commissioned work. They wrote stories and drew covers for Sonic the Hedgehog comics. They drew a comic about depiction of Palestinians in popular media for the Nib. And is lettering for Snot Girl, the latest comic from Brian Lee O'Malley. You might know him from Scott Pilgrim, for instance. Yasmin is quite familiar with video games. They made the character design and portraits for the visual novel Four Horsemen, an ambitious life theme about the parts of the immigrant experience everyone pretends to forget. And the background design for Ghost of Miami, 80s Miami mystery visual novel, featuring a lot of decision-making, crime-solving, and heartbreaking. In 2017, Yasmin made their own video game for Over the Rainbow, an Art Palestine International and Baby Castle exhibition, which showcased Palestinian art resonating out of the unique and valuable lived experience of Palestinians, both in the region and in the diaspora. This game, called Being, was made on RPG Maker and is an abstract adventure game that explores from a future lens the past and present of the Palestinian lived experience. The players control an avatar from the distant future of Palestine on a mission to recover artifacts, memories, and messages from a mysterious house near an old border. The game's aspirations is to convey various aspects of living as a Palestinian during the past century, ranging from perpetual grief to enduring hope. Yasmin also drew a companion comic to this video game by the same name, Being, expanding on the universe in which Being takes place and unpacking thought on possible Palestinian futures. Yasmin is now looking to create a sequel or spiritual successor for Being, to Being, a visual novel point and click where you would explore the Palestinian space colony that the protagonist of Being lives in, as well as what it's like to be a Palestinian in the future. You would have to fix a space colony during a blackout, which would lead to flashbacks, hallucinations, allowing you to see past memories of Palestine. Being 2, this is a working title, would be a much more ambitious project than its predecessor, with 2-3 hours of gameplay. Yasmin would do the art, the writing, the sound design, and the UI. They probably would need help with the programming, the integration, the music, and the QA. And of course, they would need funding to make this whole thing happen. If you're interested in helping making such a game happen, please contact us at the Palestinian Voice in game, and we'll get you in touch with Yasmin. And here are their socials if you want to check their work for yourself.
Yes. Now we gonna welcome on the stage here Rashid Abouede. Maybe some of you are familiar with his work. He's a game developer known for his game Lilia and the Shadows of War that was released in 2016. I believe it was also presented here a few years before. It's a game that follows a family trying to survive the war. And after some years away from game design, Rashid decided to come back, and now he's working on a project called Dreams of a Pillow, and it's based on a folk tale about the 1948 Napka. And Rashid is here with us, and he will tell us more about this. So warm welcome, Rashid, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for this. I just want to share my slides.
Yes. It's happening.
Okay. Just to make sure, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Not yet.
With your black screen with something written on it?
What?
Yes,
with
yes, we can see it now. It's good.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Before I start, 1 minute. Sorry about this. Yeah, okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So, thank you for the introduction and thank you for being here. My name is Rashid Abouede. I am a Palestinian game designer. I'm based in the West Bank. In 2016, I created a game called Liinal and the Shadows of War. It was a game about a little girl that lives during the attacks on Gaza in 2014. That game was about the human suffering of the Palestinians during these attacks. And if you can remember, 2014 was before the 7th of October. So this is not new, what's happening today. And even though this game is talking about the human suffering, it was banned by the App Store for not being a game. They claimed that this game or this app is not a game and should be in the news category. And that resulted in an outcry on the social media from supporters all over the world, which pressured the App Store to return the game as a game on the App Store. After that, we got almost 2 million downloads, and the game was presented in many events around the world. One of them was Amaze 2016, and it was also an official selection in this conference in 2016. From that day, I wanted to make more games, but making games is hard, and especially if you are living in Palestine, without the funding and with the pressure that we are living under occupation, we basically living as survivors. So there is no time for creativity, no time for art. We don't have the luxury to fail. We don't have the luxury to try new things. So you live just to do your basic things in life. But with the genocide that is happening right now in Gaza, it's happening during while we are talking. I get back to my old notes and my old ideas and started to doing a new game about the Nakba. The Nakba, which is translated in English as the catastrophe, which is basically the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians in 1948 and the forced displacement for them during that period, which resulted in to the destruction of more than 500 villages and resulted in more than 1 million Palestinians living as a refugee around the world. This game is talking about that event, and we are talking about the life of a woman that lives during that event, and through the panic of that period, she wanted to run away from her home, but she carried the pillow instead of her child. And this is based on a true story that happened during 1948. We're talking about the life in Palestine before the Nakba, how beautiful it was. And also we are talking about the journey of the Nakba, how miserable it was. And we're also talking about the psychological impact of the Nakba on the Palestinians, because they were forcibly displaced from their home, but also they left their memories, their dreams, and their future. So we are talking about all of these aspects of the Nakba all together, because what's happening right now is a result of the events of the Nakba. So it's not something new, and the additional crime is the denial of Nakba. So what we are trying to do is to bring this story again to the surface, so everyone learn about it and understand why what's happening right now today is happening actually. The project was big and I was unable to do it by myself. So I was trying to reach out to many of my friends with a lot of support. We started actually more than a year. We got a support from a lot of individuals in the industry, such as Rami Ismail and Samir Abbas. And we were working in the shadows just to create something that we able to show to publishers and to more people. But we also get rejected by many publishers, not because it's a bad game, but you can imagine why such a game could be rejected. So the only option for us was to go with crowdfunding. And the only platform that is available for us in the region was LaunchGood. We created a crowdfunding campaign that was scary for us, but the feedback and the support was overwhelming. We exceeded our target, which is actually half of the total amount that we wanted to complete the project, but it's the enough amount for us to start the project. So this kind of support was really a motivation for us, and the feedback that we got from the supporters was amazing and pushed us to do more and to speed up our progress. Nowadays, we are working on a vertical slice that we will be able to share with the supporters and with everyone else to move to the next stage of our support of the crowdfunding support that we need in a few months to complete the funding for this project. Meanwhile, you can support us on this link. There is a continuous support page for the project. And also you can reach out to Palestinian Voices in Game. They are helping professionals from Palestine to create projects like this and to organize the volunteer work on such projects. That's it for me, and thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing with us here on the stage. I was just curious. I think it was mentioned in the crowdfunding, but for us to see in time, when do you plan on releasing the game, or like your hopes?
It's late. It's 2026, late 2026.
All right. And they were like, so I think everybody now can scan this and participate with money if they can. Were there also some specific skills you were still looking for, or some special volunteer that we could help looking for? Or should we?
Yeah, the main thing is with artists. It's an art-heavy game. So any support in that aspect will be really appreciated.
So I hope you heard it. Does anybody has a question for Rashid? Now is the moment if you want to ask something. Not for now. Otherwise, you can come to Pierre and me later, and we can, if you're interested, if you want to help, you can always come, and then we can bring you in contact with each other and start talking about things. We have also these little flyers everywhere, so that's easy to scan. Thank you very much, Rashid, for joining us. And yeah, exactly, we can give another round of applause for this project.
Thank you.
And we are looking forward to play and to learn about all these stories. Now we are welcoming Yusra, who's joining us from Kuala Lumpur here. Yusra is an artist who has a background also in psychology and design. She worked on character design, 2D animation, and right now she's working on a new project that she will present. I will let her say the name of the project and it will be better. And we're very happy to welcome her on this stage. Welcome, Yusra.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mary. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Mary, can you hear me? Can you see?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
Awesome.
we can see your screen and we can hear you.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Yusra. I'm a farmer, an architect, and not so recently an upcoming video game maker. I started as an amateur in the video game world, and then I did my master's I did a research on the application of moral focus in the video games using Schwartz psychometric tool, and that's when I did my first video game, which is this one here. And that's when I started like being more interested in video games professionally. Then I graduated and I started thinking of doing my first game and putting like my first step in the market. And for my first serious game, which is the focus of this presentation, it was meant first to be simple, like a playful, experimental project inspired by sea creatures, since I'm interested in it. And I even called it like the sea game at first. And it was supposed to be something personal and manageable. But while I was working on it, surprise, surprise, flying you all the way back to my hometown in West Bank, a massive land grab happened near my hometown. It was like the biggest I had ever witnessed in my life. suddenly everyone back home was on emergency mode. You know, one of these moments you're actually helpless, but you're still trying to do something. So everyone was trying to do their part, and I was doing that as well. So on one of the calls with my parents, I just opened Google Maps, and I wanted to like understand like the scale of what's going on, because like the amount of the land that has been confiscated just at once is crazy. Like most people in my village, they lost all their lands. And if I start talking about all the violations, I will take like another 2 hours. So I'm gonna skip that for now. So anyways, when I was talking to my parents, that actually, like that moment sparked something, because as my parents looked at the map, they started narrating like it was like a family photo album or something. They were like, oh, that's the dirt road that goes to that land. And here is the tree of Zarur. And here is the sinsala that this person built. And this is the one that's separating our land from theirs. And just the, like, the amount of information, like it was amazing for me. I was amazed how vividly my parents remembered every detail. And that was exactly when I was like, oh, the idea hit me, like the land is being taken and the only thing we can do is preserve the memory. So I wanted to preserve the land inside the game, not as the main focus, but as something layered into the background of the game. So I'm still going with using the sea creatures. And I changed the game name to Riyafa, which is like an old, kind of like a, I don't want to say a science, but like it's a knowledge that Arabs had since old days of knowing the conditions of the land and the trees and the weather and all that. So it felt like it's very suitable for this. And I wanted this like to be not a documentary with a game wrapped around it, but actually I want the game to come first. I want the game to still be engaging and immersive, but for those who are interested in the memories, they are there too, woven into the environment and the structure and the visuals of the game, more like a quiet archive. So basically, the plan is to take the map of the confiscated land. Like it's impossible to take the whole area, so we're just like focusing on a small area, taking all the lands in it. And these will be the levels of the game. And then like once you go to this land, if it has these trees, this thing, you will just see it in the background. So it's not like you're not interacting with the archive, but it's there for you if you want to see. And the last touch will be like the main character. Before this, I was like going with this cute one, but then I decided to go with this character because, at least for me personally, it like the expressions kinda reflect what I feel. Like I feel helpless and frustrated and hopeless and angry all at the same time. And for some reason, I'm still moving forward. So this character felt very suitable. So this is the game document so far, the game design document. Basically, I'm starting to collect oral testimonies and recording them, giving the landowners the space to share their memories in their own words. And it's going to be raw. Whatever they say is going to go into the game. The game is built in 3 main phases. So documentation will be the first one. And then art integration, which is translating all these memories into visuals and environment elements in the background. And then will be the game development. So for now, the game is meant to be simple. So it has 2 core mechanics. And the level flow is already there. And the goal is to create a simple memory-based adventure game with 2 core mechanics where the land lives on through the interaction with the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusra, for sharing all this and also your feelings about this project and how much it developed in the last months. It's really beautiful and nice that you can share this with us. Is there anybody who has a question for Yusra, maybe? No, but it's the same. Yusra has very specific needs, a little some extra help in the programming part, and so this, if you're interested and curious, you can ask, and I can show you what Yusra is asking for, and we're gonna work further anyway with her to develop this beautiful project. Now, to conclude this talk, we just wanted to be sure that the one that want to join us, because the way we work is that for each project we have two contact person that make sure that these makers are heard and that we can find the extra help they need. So now we're working on 4 projects. It means there's 8 contact person that are working. This is people who meet every 2 weeks. We tell each other about the progress of the project, and we try to help each other in finding the volunteers. But as you can imagine, it takes some time, and if we want to help more people, we're starting to need more people. So if you are interested, if you're motivated, if you want to work on beautiful projects, join us. We have these little flyers, we have this QR code that you can join, and then there's different way of joining us. You can be part of the big network and share what kind of skills you have, and if somebody needs you, we ask, and then maybe it's a match and you work with these people. You can join these meetings that we have every 2 weeks and then be more involved. So we have a little signal group, and then in there we share our needs, and then we meet on Thursdays for now. And this is all I have. Yeah, if you want to, we also have a little irregular newsletter, so it's just to keep up with the project, and then maybe depending on how much available you are, you can just jump in, get out. That's all I had to say, right, Pierre? This is so the flyers are here. There's people from all around the world. The objective is not is also to work together with very interesting people. Our dream is that it's not just project-based and we help people once. It's just to welcome all Palestinian makers to this game community, and that all together we have more opportunities to work together, and then we make more and more important and relevant projects for the world. Thank you very much. That was it. Thank you very much, Rashid and Yusra, for being with us here. And we had to say also that I forgot 6:30. 6:30 here in this space. There's the screening of the film "The Blood" on our controllers that was made by Hippolyte Cobet, and that is also talking about our responsibility in what's happening right now in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you, everybody. So we're now at the very end of today. I don't know about you, but I am exhausted. So, but how are we feeling? Are we still feeling good? Are we inspired? Do we feel positive? Yes? Well, don't forget, there's also tomorrow where there will be many, many, many interesting talks to be had. I would like to thank you all for your attention, for your time spending here, being part of the discussion. Enjoy the rest of the whole event. And I thank you for all your attention. Until we see each other next time, you're free to go. Thank you very much.